Ready? Good morning. It's December 18th. It's Wednesday, December 18th. It is 9 o'clock. It's the official start for our county commissioner meeting. And at this point in time, I'll call the meeting to order and ask everybody to please rise and join the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. We have a jam-packed schedule here today, so we're going to try to move through this as quickly as we can. So at this point in time, I would ask for the adoption of the current agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make two adjustments to the agenda we have in front of us. We'd like to pull item number 10 at the request of staff, and then I would also ask that we move from regular business, that we would move item number 3, the amendment of the interlocal agreement with the City of Pasco. I would like to see that moved to the consent agenda.
I second. Just for clarification, item 10 is on the consent agenda. And so we're pulling item 10 from the consent agenda because we have 16 items on the regular agenda. It's being pulled from the consent, and we're adding number 3 from the regular to the consent, which gives us back 13 items. I second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approval of the minutes.
No adjustments.
No corrections, additions, or neither here, so the minutes are approved. Approval of warrants.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I would move for approval of fund expenditures in the amount of $293,152.68 as presented, and note that it has been reviewed and signed by 2 members of the auditor's office and our county administrator.
I second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Takes us down to public comment. Is there anybody here for public comment? If you are, please come forward and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Steve Simmons. I'm representing Simmons Venue Management today. After listening to our name being publicly dragged through the mud yet again regarding our management of county funds, I felt compelled to send this a letter, because you did get this as a letter, and explain where the county's money is. And I must say that I don't understand why you don't understand. The plan, as you may recall, was to manage the financial affairs of the HAPO Center to $0 on a monthly basis, with SVM sending a check to the commissioners when there was a surplus and sending an invoice to the commissioners when there was a deficit. This worked fine through August of 23. Every month we sent an income statement, a balance sheet, and a copy of the Department of Revenue excise tax return, along with the check or the invoice. If the county auditors never saw those documents, it was not because they weren't sent. Everything worked fine until September 2023, which was our last contract month. There was a $56,000 deficit for the month, which included more than $43,000 in reamortization of sponsorship money that was requested by the auditor's office. I did not invoice the commissioners for the deficit because it seemed unnecessary. In addition, because HWL failed to make the necessary arrangements with Franklin PUD, SVM paid the October electric bill of $14,836. If you add the September deficit of $56,338 to the electric bill of $14,836 to the $20,260 check that SVM wrote to the county, $91,434 was returned to the county. $45,205 was the agreed upon total of customer deposits. If you subtract $45,205 from the $91,434, you will have $43,000 in amortized sponsorship dollars and $3,229 in bonus money to help pay for the unnecessary Clifton Larson Allen audit. I would also like to point out that when County Administrator Keith Johnson presented our unsolicited proposal to the Commissioners Mullen and Didier seemed surprised by the fact that as of October 22nd, 2022, HAPO Center had no management on the payroll, with $250,000 of business at risk. We took over the HAPO under the worst of circumstances, developed a financial plan, flawed as it may be. We asked the auditor's office for guidance and got crickets. Our reward for rescuing the reputation of the HAPO Center was to have our contract go out to bid.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for public comment? Anybody on the phone? Seeing nobody else for public comment, we'll move down to the consent agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I would move for approval of consent agenda items 1 through 13 as amended.
I second. Been a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Takes us down to regular business. Presentation, bid opening Franklin County Morg Building, presented by Michael.
Oh, they're open up, yeah. I am not Michael. I am Franklin County Facilities Director Jennifer Wagner. So today we have the bid opening for proposals submitted for the Franklin County Morg Building, which is going to be located at 1310 North Fifth Avenue, directly behind the building that is shared with the Franklin County Coroner and WSU at this time. Franklin County Facilities, working with Myers Architect and the Franklin County Coroner, advertised in the Graphic on the 7th and 14th for a walkthrough, mandatory walkthrough on the 19th, which was attended by, I believe, 10 companies, excuse me. At that time, we moved the bid opening and the submittal 1 week due to some amendments that we had or addendums to the RFP. And then today, we're just asking the commissioners to open up those bids and call out the amounts for each bid.
Okay. So I got 4 bids here. The first is from MH Construction, Inc. And I believe I'm reading this correctly. Base bid cost lump sum $750,700.
I'll put that back.
Yep. I'll look at it. Next is from Booth and Sons Construction, Inc. Lump sum bid of $825,000. Again, that is from Booth and Sons Construction, Inc. The next is G2 Construction. Lump sum bid is $824,845.63.
Read that last number again, please. 824.
$824,845.63. Again, that was from G2 Construction. And the last is from CTC Construction. Base bid cost, again, lump sum, $763,193. Again, that was CTC Construction. That concludes the bid opening of the bids that were presented. Thank you. All right, moving down to item number 2. Trying to find my place here on regular items. That would be the amendment to the budget for medical and professional services grant, presented by Mr. Harmon. At this point, Mr. Harmon, if we would, we think this is going to be quite a robust discussion. Would you mind holding on and we'd continue on? So we'll table this to just later in the meeting so we can keep moving through these other items really quickly, because I think there's going to be quite a bit of discussion here. Okay, so next the interlocal agreement was moved to consent. The next is ARPA funding obligation expenditures presented by Shirley Jones, project analyst.
All right, so before you, you already have the list of the full amount of ARPA funds which were awarded and obligated, or will be obligated after today. I'm not sure if you have any questions at all. Yes. Thank you. Just kind of as a general update, as far as the hospital district number 1, they have received, I believe, 1 of the 3 ambulances so far. There is still some of the equipment still to come, the auto load stretcher systems. Life packs, I believe they've received also. And then as far as the fire truck for Fire District 1, a lot of, again, due to COVID and due to parts not necessarily being in hand in inventories, a lot of these fire trucks, ambulances are not going to be delivered until hopefully by spring of next year.
But the money has been
It has been given to them.
Okay.
And then
No,
they had.
have they purchased
sorry.
the fire truck? Have they paid for the fire truck with those funds?
No one pays for any of this type of equipment until it's delivered. However, they do have to have that in hand in order to know that they've got the funds in order to order initially, which was a year and a half ago.
But understanding the ARPA agreement, we have to disperse these funds before the end of the year, correct?
No. What it is we need to obligate by the end of this year.
Okay.
And then we have obligated
Okay.
all of these funds. These were put forward with resolutions. So we obligated, we sent the money. And then what will happen is that we have, and they have, until December of 2026 to make all payments for all equipment, anything that was needing to be ordered.
So if we come into that situation that we have later in the agenda here where it comes in and there's excess funds, are we then okay to distribute those elsewhere? I mean, if the ambulance isn't going to cost as much
Well,
as projected?
The thing is that a lot of those, we actually had quotes. They still need to stock them, so it's still going towards an actual vehicle
Okay.
that needs to be up and running, and the only way to do that is to also have any supplies included.
Gotcha.
So if they had any funds, which most of them will not, but if they had any, then
And
If I could add
Check where
something.
recognizes.
Jeff Briggs with the prosecutor's office. So the term obligated is defined in the Treasury guidance, and it essentially would mean, I think the The most classic example would be a contract. So there's an actual obligation to pay the funds. So under the scenario you're presenting, that wouldn't fly. So if the amount changed after the end of the year, those funds would not technically be obligated if we're changing, to a different plan to spend the money. So as long as the contract's in place and we have that obligation to pay the money, it can be paid, by the end of 2025. But if it's not obligated by then, we have to give it back to Treasury.
Right. That's my concern. That's what I'm trying to get us out of that predicament. Continue, Mrs. Jones.
Okay. The Fire District number 2, the fire station is at the point of construction. And Fire District 5 actually purchased their vehicle. They did receive it last fall. And let's see here, Fire District number 4 actually purchased 2 used vehicles, and so they had those right away last year. Benton Franklin Council of Governments is all dependent upon actual hours being put in for Franklin County. So at this point in time, we are roughly at about 69,000 that has been spent for BFCOG. Again, funds have been obligated via the resolution, and they're at 69,603.71. The other vehicles and such, equipment for the sheriff's office, the coroner's morgue trailer, those were purchased right away. The assessor's office as well. IS projects are all complete with the exception of one invoice, and that is for the assessor's software. That one will be $11,361.25 coming out of ARPA, but the rest of those projects are complete.
And that one, the CAMA cloud software, that's for the assessor's office?
That's correct. I believe they're having a few issues, and so that one will not be paid until they are satisfied with the product.
So going back to the BFCOG, we allotted $150,000, and you said how much has been used since we have given it to them?
These funds have been obligated, but they are not paid until we receive invoices.
Right. So they have till the end of 26
26.
then to use that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just clarifying. Thank you.
And then the treasurer's office equipment has been purchased. Again, all of those have been completed. Down to the prosecuting attorney's office, we have thus far out of the $300,000, $266,564.33 has been spent.
Okay.
OPD, both of the personnel and then the operating costs for OPD has been already processed, and that has been spent. Courthouse retention was fluctuating due to the agreement that employees needed to, in order to receive the money, that they needed to stay for a year. And those that did not stay for the year needed to pay that money back. And so that fluctuated, started out with approximately 1.4 million and ended up with the 1.296, 524.49. So that continually, as that each quarter dropped, depending on if we had people leaving and refunding the money, that continually dropped throughout the last year. And this is the final. This is more of one of my resolutions is for this amount to be clarified, just to, since we had a resolution for a higher amount, this is to clarify the actual amount that was used. Same thing with facilities. That started out at approximately 2.111 million, and that ended up, we have contingency left on that. Again, I have a resolution for that also to clarify.
Okay.
And that ended with 2,021,000. The coroner's office was initially 664,000. Again, I'm rounding here, but the actual amounts are on the list. We needed to reduce that by 250,000 until contingencies were available, which they are now. And so again, I have a resolution for re-obligating that 250,000. That building is getting to the point of construction, hiring a contractor for construction. That's what was put forth this morning. And again, kind of getting ahead, but there are some security projects that we would like to also have approved with some of the remaining monies. One is Public Works. That would be for surveillance cameras, recording, conference room upgrade. The conference room projector is from 2013, and it projects onto a textured wall. So very difficult to see financial spreadsheets, maps, this kind of thing. So that project will be $31,364.06. The other one, again, Public Works and Planning and Building are both within a half block, if not right across the street from the railroad. So again, we're looking for video surveillance and recording also for the Planning and Building office. And again, a resolution is included that we will cover. As far as any remaining funds, at this point in time, I believe this is also going to be put towards the end, if I understand correctly, but we have 85,000 remaining that perhaps might go to the HAPO Center, and Eric can discuss that when you would like to. So, do you have any questions at all?
Questions?
I think I understand pretty well. I don't believe I have any questions at this time.
And I think, if I could just add, I believe, you know, talking with Shirley, that those entities that have yet to expend dollars, they are all obligated, and there is a high level of confidence that they will expend those dollars during 2020, between 25 and 2026. So there is no, you know, obviously there's always a risk. However, there's high confidence that those entities will expend those dollars.
So I guess I do have a question. So because we're obligating, but are we going to do just an update once every, twice a year or something through the end of 26 to ensure that we're compliant with these
I
requirements?
certainly can. The fire stations, fire districts, anyone that has anything that's not complete, even though we have obligated and given the money, they check in with me at least once a month. And if I don't hear from them, I am emailing them. I'm getting status updates on all projects, including the fire station, including the add-on building on Fifth Avenue.
That was kind of what I was wondering. So do we anticipate fire district number 2 fire station, will that be complete by the end of 26 enough that the obligated funds can be spent?
Two things. First of all, that's 2 years for them to get that completed, and it is mainly the shell. It does not include the office. They didn't have enough money for that. They actually went out for a levy and received that. I told them to spend the ARPA money first.
Yep.
And then go to the levy money. And so they're in the midst of doing that. So I have no
So we're
doubt
far enough
how-
along the way that we believe that we can be compliant.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have questions. When you were going through the list, you skipped from the treasurer down to OPD. There's the sheriff providing government services for $426,785. Then there was corrections for $36,564, and the prosecuting attorney for $300,000. The prosecuting attorney was for salaries for retaining people, correct?
We had, yes, and those, that's the one, the prosecuting attorney is the one that was at 266,000 right now.
Okay.
That will be completed by the end of this year. It definitely will all be used by this year.
Okay, so there's some extra funds there.
No, we'll be,
well, no.
we'll be,
It'll be utilized?
yes.
Yes.
Okay, and then the $426,000 for the sheriff for providing governmental services.
That was used for operational, to help with their budget back in 2022.
Okay,
Same thing with corrections.
okay.
That was all operational
That's
expenses.
all the questions I have. Thank you. Oh, I do have one more question. Of the $414,000 for the coroner, is that still 414, or is that missing the money that we went out for we used 90 some odd thousand for what?
So far, what's been expended there is 98,000.
Yes, and what was that for?
That is with architecture,
Yes.
documentation.
So is that minus, or is that what's remaining, 414?
That's what's.
Okay, that's the total, minus the 250, I'm sorry.
Minus 250.
Right.
But the 98's been paid out?
Nope.
The
414 in that item, of 414, 98's been used.
Exactly.
250 is in addition to, for a total of 664.
Okay. And that's already, the 98's been paid out then. We got 664 with the, okay. All right, thank you.
And if looking on that list, you'll see that below the 414, I've got 250,000 listed.
Yes.
Okay.
So just doing some numbers here, using rounded numbers. So we have 664 minus roughly 100,000 that has been used. So we have 564 remaining, and the bids that we opened today are low bid 750,000. So we're going to be 200,000 short of the number necessary with the ARPA funding.
Right. And I can have the coroner come up if he would. He's looking for additional grants, et cetera, that might be able to help him out.
I'm just making sure I'm understanding it, so that's good, thank you.
And that was my question, was that 98, was it included, or does it need to be subtracted? And you clearly stated it needs to be
Subtracted.
subtracted.
Correct.
Yes. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, so we went
Thank you
through
so much.
the first phase there. Now we're down to the resolution 2024-0326, actual expenditures of ARPA awarded regarding the public safety building energy project.
All right. This is the one that originally was approved for $2,111,396.01. And of that, we have used $2,021,358.43. That leaves unused contingency monies, which now are available for $90,037.58. And I have been in connection with Department of Enterprise Services at the state, and she's approved my numbers there.
So those go back into our ARPA funds then?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, they were never pulled out. We always paid invoices as they came in
Right.
out of our fund.
Oh, okay. So they're still there?
Yeah,
Okay. So we just need a motion there.
correct.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of Resolution 2024-0326 as presented.
I second. There's been a motion, a second. Any further discussion?
No, sir.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moves us down to Resolution 2024-0327, actual ARPA expenditures, HAPO Center Energy Project. Ms. Jones.
And this is the same situation. We were initially approved for $6,595,825.06. and what the final total was. Now, we did use 85,197, which was the energy audit.
Yep.
We paid for that from the .09 development funds. So the total, including that amount, because I'm looking at a contract with DES for $6,595,825.06. So the amount total that was used is going to be the $6,360,655.48 of that contract. Now, that includes that amount. So the total contract, even though we paid some of those funds out of .09 funds, in effect, those are part of the contingency that was unused, bottom line. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but what is the unused amount?
The unused amount is now at $235,169.58.
169.58.
Yes.
Okay. And we don't have to replenish the .09 funds because that was part, .09 funds are supposed to be used for that. So
Yeah.
we're not going to replenish those.
Yeah,
So
that
we
was
have
an
that much
approved
in.
item.
Okay, so I'm looking, is there any further questions?
No, sir. Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of Resolution 2024-0327 as presented.
I second. There's been a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
No, sir.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Next, we move down to Resolution 2024-0328, ARPA actual expenditures retention incentives.
Okay, so this is the one I kind of spoke about earlier. Initially, what was approved was 1.5 million. And then when it came to accounting, looking at actual payroll, actual people that might qualify for this, it was approved then for 1,442,744.81. Of that, you know, as stated, we've had some people that have left and needed to repay the funds. And so bottom line on that figure is now down to 1,296,524.49.
Have we got reimbursed from everyone that owes us for leaving early?
It was all through September 30th, so that is done, and this is final.
Okay,
Yeah.
all righty. So, again,
Is
what
there
are,
a-
what are the actuals there that we have coming back to us?
Yes.
What's the amount?
Oh, well, what happened with that, it's not an actual, because like I said, every quarter that monies were returned, I got a new number. And so
It went
part
back
of this,
into the fund.
I'm sorry,
It went back into the ARPA money.
it was always back into the ARPA.
Okay, so there's
Yeah.
nothing being returned.
No.
Okay. Mr. Baumann.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of Resolution 2024-0328 as presented.
I second. There's been a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moves us down to Resolution 2024-0329, reobligation of ARPA funds in the amount of $250,000 to the Coroner's Office, presented by Shirley Jones.
So on this one, Resolution 2024-141 reduced the amount temporarily by $250,000. It was due to a scrivener's error on another project. The resolution stated $250,000 in ARPA funds would be reobligated to the coroner's office with unused contingency monies from other ARPA projects which now have been completed. So those funds are now available.
And with that 250, correct me if I'm wrong, but there would be 664,000 minus the engineering.
The engineering are just funds that have been used out of the ARPA fund, out of that $664,000, yes.
So it'd be roughly that with that addition, we'd have about 564,000, somewhere that we're close to that for the coroner's building.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of Resolution 2024-0329 as presented.
I second. Is there any further discussion?
Sir.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moves us down to Resolution 2024-0330, approval of ARPA award for Public Works Security and Light Project, presented by Shirley Jones.
So again, this is due to location. No, not only is the Public Works building right by the railroad tracks, but also in addition, it's an industrial area. And there have been instances to where people should not have been around the building that were when people were trying to leave, and it's just not a good situation. The camera surveillance and recording would be very helpful on the outside. As I stated, the projectors from 2013 projected onto a textured wall, very difficult to move through a meeting when you're trying to zoom in and out to see what's going on. The other item is lighting. We are out of compliance in the building. Regarding inside lighting, there is also, if everyone was at their desk or perhaps someone was gone to lunch, someone could come through the half door, which is just a swinging half door. They could go into our vault around the back side and nobody would know they're there. The total project for all three of those items is $31,364.06.
Could you repeat that amount, please?
Excuse me, $31,364.06.
If I may ask a question, Chair,
Yes.
are there currently contracts in place for these projects?
Not contracts, I have quotes.
Of quotes, 'cause we would need to have the actual contracts to obligate the funds. Are we able to get, do you think we're able to get those by the end of the year?
Can I
will
ask
see
for
what I can
clarification
do.
on that?
Sure.
So if we obligated funds via resolution of this board for repayment of salaries, why would this be different than that? This is an obligation of funds to do a job. How would this be
Right.
different?
So the Treasury defines an obligation as a placing an order for property or services or some sort of contract or award. So you need both parties to assent to a contract. So I guess the difference there would be that there could be an award by the board and then assent by individual employees when they sign an agreement for repayment. They would need to sign those by the end of the year, though. So similar to this scenario, you need to have a contract in place. Otherwise, what we're really doing is we're just moving the money to a fund, right? We haven't obligated it yet until there's an actual contract in place. So it doesn't just need to be earmarked within the county in a fund. It needs to be obligated to an outside entity that's receiving it, either private individual through a contract or another government agency, typically through like a sub-award agreement.
We do have cost estimates from different vendors, though,
We do,
so we probably could quickly get.
yeah, we can get on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, that would be important so that we're in compliance.
Otherwise, if we're audited, we'd be required to pay it back.
And I would have to say that we're obligated for the safety of our employees in Franklin County, and I think this is something that needs to be done. So Jennifer, would you like to come forward and tell us where we're at in this process, please?
Now, as far as the cameras, surveillance, and the TV monitor in the conference room, I was just told that those can be done with a
In-house.
contract by the end of the year. However, the lighting,
I've had one vendor come out and give us a proposal. I'm not going to have a lot of vendors come out and give us a proposal for something that may or may not be agreed upon. And to have a number of vendors come out and give us proposals for lighting and then have a contract, it's just not going to happen. Not before the end of the year. That's paperwork that, one, I need to do, and it's Christmas next week, and I won't be here.
So Jennifer,
Sorry.
just a question.
Oh.
What kind of the 31,000, what amount of funds are we talking about for the lighting?
is 7,000.
Yeah.
7,000?
It's very minimal amount, and we're supplying a majority of the LED lights for this project, so our department has the LED lights per se, and then they would have to go and cut the ballasts to make those lights work in the fixtures themselves, and then have panel lighting in some of the places, so.
Jeff, do you have any suggestions? Mr. Briggs?
Well, I mean, ideally, we'd have a contract in place by the end of the year to officially obligate those funds, and then they can be spent, like we were describing, anytime within the next 2 years, so,
But doesn't that mean we have to go out to bid?
No,
and
we're off, this is off of.
It's a
This
smaller,
is off
yeah.
the Small Works
Yeah.
roster, so this is a relatively quick.
Turnaround.
Turnaround.
That is me calling the vendor
Right.
right now and
Getting
getting
one.
Jeff's approval, and
you've got it.
then we don't have a board meeting next week.
Or
And
the
so
week
it's
after.
the week after.
Well, no, we don't have one the
Our
week
next-
after.
But we don't authorize contracts for Small Works roster projects.
Then you would be signing off on something like that.
Perhaps we could modify the resolution to delegate authority and the county administrator to sign it.
Yes,
I'd recommend.
okay.
Jeff, one other question. This is under revenue loss. So just as we used for operational expenses for the sheriff's office, corrections, is it possible to just move forward with this in the same direction with it being?
Right, I think, with the revenue loss category, your options are limitless, right? Anything that we normally spend money on, you can spend money on, so I think this would certainly fall within that realm of possibility. We just need to obligate it. I mean, that's the requirement, so I think as long as, and the board has authority to delegate that, the contracting authority to anyone really in the county, but typically it'd be to someone like the county administrator who's at a higher level position. So I think the board has enough information here to delegate signing that agreement once the details are ironed out in the county administrator.
So I believe this scenario is before us in this resolution and the next one. Is that a similar
Yes.
scenario?
Now, the second one is the camera surveillance, so we can get that done for both projects. It's only the lighting. But again, with it being, I'm trying to clarify too, on the revenue loss, we didn't need to do anything over and above with the operational expenses. Is it because it was more operational outside of projects? I'm just wondering do we necessarily need those contracts in place?
We would still need to obligate the money regardless of the category. I think
Right.
just with revenue loss, the reporting requirements are different, and we can spend it on virtually anything, right? That we're authorized ordinarily to spend it on. So. Sorry if I'm not answering your question.
Well, I'm just,
Come to the commissioner's
can
chamber.
these still be obligated even though we don't have any particular contracts, simply because they are revenue loss and operational?
No, it needs to be basically obligated in a contract, so some sort of, either an order for property or services or some sort of subaward, but I'm just describing what contracts are. I mean, that's
Right.
examples of contracts.
And we could do that with our administrator signing off on it. All we do is delegate that authority to him, correct?
Correct, right.
I say that's what we put in the language.
I think for these two projects, are you here the next couple of weeks?
I will be in town.
I would say we'll,
Vacation, but I will be in town.
I would say we do it with the Public Works Director. I will not be here the next two, so,
Oh, delegate it to the Public Works Director?
yep. Yep.
Excellent.
Now, what about the 7,000?
That's what we're talking about.
But yeah, he'll be signing off on a
Yes.
contract
Yep.
for that.
For all of those.
Okay.
For those two elements.
But we need to
For
put it,
those-
we need to put it in the agreement, in the resolution.
Just
that-
amend, just
just
verbally amend it.
Yeah, for these next two, probably, just in case there's any hiccups, you're in complete authority of both of them, Craig.
It may even be safer to just delegate authority to the county administrator if there's any sort of projects that come up that need, in any of these matters we're dealing with today, so that, we don't miss something.
Yes. But you are going to confine your
Public Works
authority
Director.
to this number that we've given you.
Yeah.
Okay, Jeff, I'll run those by you after I redo the resolutions, and then I will need signatures.
Yes.
Yeah, awesome, okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of Resolution 2024-0330, approval of the ARPA award for the Public Works Security and Lighting Project, and delegate the authority to the Public Works Director up to the maximum amount of $31,364.06.
I second. There's been a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moves us down to Resolution 2024-0331, approval of ARPA award and planning building project, which we already talked about. It's, again, for the planning and building. So I think we've already discussed it.
What is that total number?
14,93655.
14,93655?
Yep.
Started right and wrong. Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of Resolution 2024-0331, approval of ARPA award for the planning and building project, and delegate the authority to the Public Works Director up to the maximum amount of $14,936.55.
I second. There's been a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Sure.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, number 11, the approval of ARPA award for the HAPO Center presented by Shirley Jones. We will table this until we get down to item 15. So we'll table 11, move on to 12. Resolution 2024-0333, agreement regarding the provision of juvenile detention service at Benton County is presented by Eric Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a resolution authorizing a agreement jointly with Benton County and Franklin County, as well as the Superior Court judges, which has been part of our budget discussion for a number of months now, as the Superior Court judges began to look at ways to both reallocate some funding, but also provide greater levels of services within the court system, but also looking at how to manage the detention services program in a more efficient way and in a way that potentially saves resources as well. And so throughout the budget process, we were able to identify the mechanism that the detention services, which is the detention facility, would no longer be directly supervised by the Superior Court judges, and it would be supervised under the authority of the Benton County Corrections Department. And so their corrections supervisor, corrections commander, would in fact be overseeing the juvenile detention services. The agreement stipulates that transfer. It has been signed now by both the Superior Court judges as well as Benton County. Jeff and I, Mr. Briggs and I worked under a pretty tight timeline to try and make this agreement come together. We spent a lot of time on the liability section. I still think probably the underlying interlocal agreement needs to be refined a little bit to understand the kind of the term of by-county employees as well as the terms of some of the shared liabilities, but we didn't believe this would be the agreement that would necessarily need to do that. But we do need to look at the kind of the underlying interlocals at a future point as well. So would move your approval.
Is there any questions?
Just a comment, appreciate the hard work that went into this. I know that this has been underway and there's been a lot of diligence done to this. And I think my questions have been answered previous to. There was a question raised in the resolution about the term being in the adult section. And that component of this is this individual that's going to oversee that. This program was built for the adult persons, and now we're adding to that the juvenile component of that with the Benton Franklin Juvenile Justice Center. And so I appreciate the diligence for everybody for putting this together. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of Resolution 2024-0333 as presented.
I second. Discussion?
No, sir.
I'd just like to say that this is an agreement between Benton and Franklin counties, and it's going to save us money. This is really helping out on this end of it for the juvenile justice detention services, and it's going to save both counties money. So it's well needed, and thank for all of our hard work. So with that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moves down to Resolution 2024-0334, Christie agreements for the 3 AFS and CME bargaining groups. Ms. Wilder.
I'll be presenting this today. I am Mackenzie Lloyd with the PA's office. To give some context to the commissioners, a Christie agreement is a legal agreement utilized essentially to allow unions to receive retroactive pay in the event that there is not a signed CBA for the new term. So for this example, these 3 union groups, their current term expires December 31st of 2024. It looks like that we will not have a signed CBA for the 2025 to 2026 year. So we're assigning these Christie agreements to essentially allow them to get retroactive payment back to January 1st of 2025.
It's self-explanatory. Is there any discussion?
Sure.
Look for a
Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of Resolution 2024-0334 as presented.
I second. There's been a motion and a second for Resolution 2024-0334. Is there any further discussion?
No, sir.
Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And with that, we are closing in. I don't want to get into a closed record hearing before our presentation. And I think at this time, we would move into a recess of the meeting for the presentation of the adverse effects of the COVID vaccine and try to get set up so that this is ready to go. If at this time, we'll take a 5-minute break if anybody would like to use the restroom. But Laura, would you please come forward and maybe Julio can help you get set up. Sounds good. Excellent.
Do we have
see the bios of these doctors? They're world renowned.
Is this who's presenting today?
We're getting close here, Laura. Now, you're a nurse? In Idaho. Okay, we've come back from recess, and I would just like to, at this point in time, say for this presentation, we have a nurse, Laura Demaray, that's a nurse in Idaho and Oregon, and the scientific team of subject matter specialists. And we're not here to frighten, confront, or embarrass anybody about the COVID vaccine. But we do oppose it on any level for the children of the United States without parental consent. So with that, I'll introduce Laura Demaray. Please present.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Laura Demaray from Idaho. My words are my own opinion and not any organization or place of work. Thank you so much for having us here today to contend for life, our health, our children, our military members, our cellular integrity, and no less than the future of humanity. VAERS is the only public accessible conduit to us public. The healthcare professionals are 85% of the individuals that fill out VAERS. The CDC US VAERS show over 18,000 US deaths, including 188 children from this shot. Over 18,000 permanently disabled victims, including 615 children. My colleagues are subject matter experts that will demonstrate very respectfully to you today that the genetic shots do not prevent COVID, its transmission, nor hospitalization, nor death, but instead is distributed by LMPs throughout the entire body. It can uptake in the human genome, be passed on to your children, promotes and increases cancer chances, and they'll explain how. It sheds, it can cause miscarriages, and autoimmune and neurological disorders, strokes, heart attacks, and cardiovascular devastation. The more you take, the more immunocompromised you are. No study shows when the spike protein is done being produced. I hope to encourage you today that as lesser magistrates, elected or appointed officials like you, have the authority and the duty to stand in the gap, to interpose, and to protect person, liberty, and property of the citizens in your jurisdiction. When the higher authorities of the land fail to do so, it is your historical and biblical precedents, God-given authority, really, that directs the lesser magistrates. You can mitigate, oppose, resist unlawful, unjust, harmful, or evil laws or policy. Not one agency wants to own this toxic shot, not one. In Southwest District Health, they voted to defund the COVID shot and its promotion. People can still go get it if they want to. They have not been crushed. No one is owning it, and no one is saying, please take it, except just a few media outlets. It falls on each of us to hold the line for humanity, for our families and our communities. I'm going to introduce my first provider. He is in clinic right now, so I'm going to have Dr. Milhone. He is a pediatric cardiologist, world renowned, and a pastor at that. And Dr. Milhone, are you there, sir? You have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear
Okay.
you. You have the floor. Thank you so much for making time today.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Well, just for a point of information, I've been a board-certified pediatrician for over 25 years, and I have been a board-certified pediatric cardiologist for 23 years. My PhD is in cardiovascular inflammation, and so I've been watching and been very concerned of what the current vaccine product is for COVID-19. So in a healthy population, especially of children, the risk of COVID is profoundly low. And everyone agrees on that, even the American Academy of Pediatrics. Therefore, the risk is so low that any preventive measure must have very low risk and be effective in decreasing infection. What we've seen from the Cleveland Clinic study that studied 52,000 employees who knew all about how to take protective measures, that their lowest risk of getting reinfected with COVID was those who were unvaccinated. And for each additional vaccine you got, one was more than the unvaccinated, two was, if someone had two vaccines, they were at higher risk than those who had one vaccine. It went all the way up to those who had greater than 4. So we saw a negative efficacy. That is, you got more vaccines and more boosters, your actually risk of getting COVID infection was increasing. Then when we looked at JAMA Cardiology, and they looking at the risk of myocarditis in children following the vaccine in 4 Nordic countries, they looked at 23 million children, and they found that the lowest risk for myocarditis was in the unvaccinated, with an increasing risk with more vaccine doses. So 1 Pfizer showed increase more over the unvaccinated, 2 Pfizer was worse than 1 Pfizer, and Moderna was worse than Pfizer. Then when we looked at the UK data that just recently came out, they showed that really the unvaccinated we're not seeing any myocarditis in the unvaccinated from COVID-19 infection. It's solely in those who had been vaccinated. Then the reason is because the spike protein has been shown to be cardiotoxic. This is going down the exact pathway that I did my PhD research on over 25 years ago. And then if you look at the recent Journal of American Cardiology paper, they demonstrated that free spike protein in the plasma, and so the spike protein is the product that they're using in the vaccine to initiate an immune response. But free spike protein in the plasma was associated with vaccine-induced myocarditis. So we have a very clear line of cause of the myocarditis. And it is many factored, but we have one exactly through the cardiotoxicity of the spike protein. If you look at the Lancet study that showed and looked at those who had gotten vaccine-induced myocarditis, and they looked at all the different studies you could do, evaluation studies from EKG to stress test to echocardiogram to troponin levels, and then they looked at cardiac MRIs 90 days after they had been diagnosed with vaccine-induced myocarditis. It showed that 50% still had positive cardiac MRI findings of late gadolinium enhancement, which is associated with sudden cardiac death. All the other aspects, echo, EKG, Holter, all these other things that we routinely use to assess risk, even stress tests, all were decreased and approaching normal levels. So a recent study from Dr. Taylor's lab in Australia showed that cardiac MRI is necessary to assess vaccine-induced myocarditis. And 30% still had late gadolinium enhancement on their cardiac MRI, which is the sign that there's increased risk for sudden cardiac death. And all of us have known that we have seen much more sudden cardiac death, especially in the teenage and the young adult populations. It's been something we've never seen before. And then what they further found was that without cardiac MRI, a third of the patients were classified as probable rather than definite myocarditis. What is difficult in a clinic setting for me is that often the insurance companies are pushing back against cardiac MRIs because they're so expensive. But I will tell you that what I'm seeing on a daily basis in my pediatric cardiology clinic is not only the issues of remaining myocarditis, but it's this continual issue of arrhythmias and irregular heartbeats. That at one clinic I had 9 out of my 11 patients all came with these abnormal heart rates that are really upsetting their normal way of life. So as a pediatrician, as a pediatric cardiologist who's still seeing patients regularly, I am here to say that we cannot mandate harm in any way. And this vaccine product is harmful to children. And And so I encourage you to stand up and please stop the use of this vaccine that has really no benefit and only harm to our children. I thank you very much for the time to be able to share my thoughts. Thank you very much.
So Laura, Mr.
Yes, sir.
I'd just like to thank you for your service to our country. You were in the Air Force, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Dr. Milhone will not be able to be with us the whole time. If you had a question for Dr. Milhone, I would say maybe just go ahead, but our whole team will be able to answer pretty much any question you may have too at the end. Does anyone have anything for Dr. Milhone?
My question is just a little bit generic. With everybody agreeing that, especially in children, that there is no value of having the vaccine, why have they, and who knows who they are, said that we need to have our young children vaccinated? I don't understand. There's been no study that I am aware of in any form or from any institution that says that there is any help whatsoever with children being vaccinated. Why are they pushing that so hard?
Well, I'm not sure, but there was a FOIA request that was granted, and there was a communication between Dr. Offit, who is a very well-known vaccine advocate out of Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, asking that same question to Dr. Fauci, to which Dr. Fauci said, well, we can't confuse the populace. We know that these children are at very little risk, but we want to have one message for all. So I think actually some of the vaccine proponents throughout the country brought that question up to Dr. Fauci, and he said, we just were going to say one for all, rather than being subtle like we've always done. In pediatrics, we've always said certain kids need vaccines, certain kids don't. We've done that throughout my career. Not everybody got the RSV vaccine, right? You look at specific things. Not everybody gets a rabies vaccine, right? But I think the FOIA request that was granted and showed the communication between Dr. Offit and Dr. gives the answer to that question.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Milhone. God bless you, and thanks for taking care of all our babies.
So we only have 45 minutes. If there's anybody that's in the audience that would like a question, please write it down. We'll give it to Laura, and she will reach out and respond to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll try to finish a little early so we can get some of those questions too. Okay. Dr. Christina Parks, who is a molecular biologist and for decades now. And Dr. Christina Parks, you have the floor. And
yes,
also,
can I be seen?
Dr. Parks, I have also given them your bio as well, so the commissioners can read your full bio as well, just so you know.
Okay. Am I able to be seen and heard appropriately?
Absolutely, Dr. Parks.
Okay, I'm going to try sharing my screen. We'll see how that goes. But I do have a PhD in cellular molecular biology, so I'm very familiar with these gene therapy platforms. I do want to partly answer the question. I think Sasha Laudap-Toba can also answer it in terms of the children mandates. Once a vaccine is on the childhood schedule, there is no longer any liability. Now remember, these were under an EUA, so they were an emergency use authorization. They were not FDA approved. Once the vaccines, were they to get FDA approval, then they would have a much more stringent guideline for giving them out. One way to ensure that they still did not have any liability is to get it on the childhood schedule. So adult vaccines, they have liability for it. Anything that's approved for the childhood schedule, there's no liability. So I believe there was a strategy to move these from the EUA onto the childhood schedule and never have any gap of liability protection. So that explains why this has been moved to the childhood schedule, one potential explanation. So I'm going to attempt to share my screen. We'll see if this works. If not, I will go without it. Let's see. Screen share. Okay, so let me bring this up. And can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
Okay, perfect. So I want to start then with this paper, who Anthony Fauci is an author on. And in this paper, basically, they're saying that you can't really create an effective vaccine for a respiratory virus, okay? And so here's 2 quotes from this paper. Surprisingly, little has changed with influenza vaccines since 1957, when they were first administered in U.S. national vaccination programs. Over the years, influenza vaccines have never been able to elicit durable protective immunity against seasonal influenza virus strains, even against non-drifted strains, which means ones that don't mutate. However, as variant SARS-CoV-2 strains have emerged, deficiencies, and this was a skip, so there's a little bit in between, but deficiencies in these vaccines reminiscent of the influenza vaccines have become apparent. The vaccines for these two very different viruses have common characteristics. They elicit incomplete and short-lived protection against evolving virus variants that escape population immunity. So this paper goes to make the point over and over again that because these vaccines do not elicit mucosal immunity, so that when you see the virus again, it destroys it, they really are not able to prevent transmission. There's a small effect on transmission in the first couple, maybe 2 months, and after that, there's no protective immunity. So it begs the question, why is this being used as a public health measure when it's really a therapeutic? So maybe for some people it was able to prevent viral replication in the lungs, but not in the nose and throat. So if we don't like mandate that people go get cancer treatments, so why are we mandating a therapeutic? So this is a therapeutic, not something that prevents transmission. One of the most effective things at preventing transmission is actually just rinsing your nose and throat with something that, has low amounts of hydrogen peroxide or low amounts of iodine. And some nasal sprays have been developed with carrageenan and iodine that are actually been shown clinically to be very effective at preventive immunity. So we're spending billions of dollars on something we think a vaccine prevents transmission. Many do not. And so this is the Cleveland Clinic study that Dr. Milhone was talking about. And what it shows is here's the unvaccinated. As you go up, this is how likely you are to get COVID. So the unvaccinated, least likely, and these are people who have had COVID, least likely to get COVID again. And then with each dose of vaccine, red, green, blue, pink, your chance of getting COVID increases because we know this type of vaccine mistrains the immune system. One thing that's really important is, as per that paper, Tony Fauci and those at the top knew this. So this is why we're here, because they absolutely knew that this vaccine would not prevent transmission at the very beginning. They knew that hydroxychloroquine would. So we have so many moneyed interests driving the policy decisions. That's why it's absolutely critical for our local boards to take back the power and say, we're not just going to do whatever you tell us, which is based on who's getting the most money from what. We're actually going to take effective measures to deal with public health. And the thing is, many of these public health measures that can be taken are actually low tech and they don't, require a whole lot like nasal rinses. So when we are also launching a new technology or a vaccine, there's a need for informed consent. Our healthcare professionals were not able to evaluate this new technology. It's very, very complicated. And so they were not allowing patients, we were having mandates anyway, to have informed consent. So I want to take a moment and explain why this gene therapy technology is so different than a traditional vaccine. In a traditional vaccine, you would inject a small amount of viral protein antigen, and it would be degraded in a matter of hours or maybe a day or two. And it would elicit immune response that would either have a therapeutic or in some cases it would prevent transmission. That's more likely a live viral vaccine. But in the case of a subunit vaccine, the antigen, in this case, let's say the spike protein, would never be inside the cell and it would be broken down. This is gene therapy. And so what we're doing is turning cells into a manufacturing plant for a foreign toxic protein. So the cells are making this spike protein. It's in the nucleus of the cells, binding to tumor suppressors. It's in the cytoplasm of the cells. It's outside of the cells, telling the immune system, hey, I'm infected, please destroy me. And it's transported all around the body where it's having a hyperinflammatory response. So the body will attack cells making a viral protein. The nanolipid particles target this to really fatty tissues. The heart is surrounded by fat. The ovaries are fatty. The adrenals are fatty. The bone marrow that has your stem cells are fatty. And that is where we are seeing those vaccine nanolipid particles go. And so those tissues are more likely then to be making the hyperinflammatory spike protein and to have their own immune system attack those tissues. And in fact, that's what we are seeing in terms of myocarditis and some of these other problems. This is not a surprise. And so this is what is so frustrating, because taking a gene therapy, a failed gene therapy technology, and repurposing it for vaccines is really a very bad idea, because the goals of gene therapy are to get the target genetic material, which is coding for the toxic viral foreign spike protein, into as many cells of interest as possible. So you're trying to make as many cells of the body as you can, making a toxic viral protein. The mRNA needs to be expressed for as long as possible for this gene transfer, gene therapy technology. So it's stabilized. So it's actually synthetic, and it's not treated the same way normal mRNA is. It's not broken down. It lasts for weeks, probably months. And you're trying to get as much of the target protein expressed for as long as possible. If this were a therapeutic protein, you would see why that is, because you want to have function. When it's a highly inflammatory, toxic, foreign viral protein, you can see where that's a really bad idea. And so as a molecular biologist, we're thinking, whoever developed this, like, what were they thinking? This is not a good idea. None of these are necessary for the efficacy of a vaccine. So the spike protein is highly inflammatory. Your cells, your immune system is going to attack the cells making it. Chronic production of the spike protein is causing chronic immune activation, which is going to dysregulate the immune system, create hyperinflammation in the body, and drive autoimmunity and drive diseases like cancer. Okay? Runaway inflammation is a major driver of almost every disease. And so we're going to see a huge amount of autoimmune disease, a huge amount of cancer. So to sum up, genetic vaccine technology causes the body to attack itself because the cells itself in the body are making a viral foreign protein. So this technology is not safe for general use. The people in charge have been driven by the money instead of actual policy that protects the public, which would, again, this is a therapeutic. It's not a vaccine in terms of its ability to prevent transmission. They knew at the outset it would not prevent transmission. What does prevent transmission? Something as simple as a nasal rinse or a nasal spray. Hydroxychloroquine clinical trials and ivermectin clinical trials have both demonstrated that these repurposed drugs, who have decades of information behind them, actually are able to prevent transmission. And that's what our public health agencies need to be focusing on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Parks. If you can stay to the end for questions, if we end up with time, we might be tight, but thank you. Okay, so I'm still having some people get online here. Sasha Latipova, she's going to show a perspective of how did this happen, who owns this, and it's quite a web. Sasha Latipova, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Sasha Latipova. My background is in pharmaceutical research and development. I spent over 20 years working in clinical trials, interacting with FDA on behalf of my clients, also as part of FDA regulatory approval of new drugs. I did not work in biologics, and that's why I was greatly surprised in a very bad way when I started looking into this area. And let me try to share one or two slides, really. Okay, I'm not really familiar with this. Where's my PowerPoint?
You have to go all the way over to where it says share entire screen.
Oh, entire screen, okay.
Yeah, and then click on it where it says entire screen and then share. It was a little bit.
All right, can you see this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a page.
It will be better if you can do it in display mode. It will make it bigger.
It did.
Like this?
Yep.
Okay, so this is a page from FDA legal counsel as part of legal preparedness, which preceded by several years the pandemic, and this is part of pandemic preparedness efforts. So while they were planning this event, they were also planning how they're going to defend themselves and how they're going to provide immunity from all liability to all participants of this exercise. As you can see, this is the regulatory pathway or summary of the process by which EUA countermeasures, which is the legal classification of the COVID shots today on the market, and also in addition to COVID shots, any COVID product or any COVID protocol are all classified as EUA countermeasures. And this is the entire process by which EUA countermeasures go on the market. First, in the first layer, you can see that DoD secretary or DHS secretary or HHS secretary can issue a public health emergency declaration or some other emergency declaration. As you know, for COVID, the HHS secretary, in addition to the president, issued a public health emergency declaration and specific declarations for COVID. That declaration was extended now 12 times. About a week ago, Javier Becerra issued yet another extension of the COVID pandemic emergency declaration, which is now in place until end of 2029, December 31st, 2029. It's ridiculous on its face, but the reason they're issuing is this, because this is critical for these products to be on the market. There is no other way for them to be on the market and offer liability immunity for everyone involved. Because after the HHS secretary issues the declaration, which is, by the way, he has single-handedly authority to do based on his own opinion, and nothing else is required for that opinion to exist. He simply writes a memo saying, I believe that there is a viral pandemic in the United States or a potential for viral pandemic in the United States. And that's how these declarations have been reissued over and over and over again. After he does that, he asks FDA commissioner to issue EUA authorizations for whichever products they feel necessary. And FDA commissioner can consult with CDC, NIH, or ASPR agency, and then they issue these EUAs. And notice one thing on this graph. So FDA can issue them, FDA can terminate them, but there is no requirement for clinical trial data for the EUA issuance whatsoever. It does not have to exist. In fact, the law, United States law, is explicit that no clinical trial data is necessary to issue an EUA countermeasure declaration. It's also legally not possible. So let me go here. It's also legally not possible to even conduct a proper clinical trial as a human protected
I believe
clinical.
she's trying to forward her screen and it's not forwarding. We're still on the original screen.
No, she just.
Are you still on the original? Okay, sorry. Sorry.
Are you trying to move screens?
Okay, did I stop sharing?
You did stop sharing now.
Was she moving the red?
Okay, let me share this other page. Okay, it's a little strange. Okay, can you see this?
Yes, thank you. That's the next one.
Okay. Yeah, that's the next one. So I'm now going to speak a little bit about the EUA countermeasures law, and you can look it up in US code. So as we've known, COVID-19 injections reached the market as EUA countermeasures. EUA countermeasure status is, you can find it in two places. I'm quoting 21 USC 360 BBB, which describes EUA countermeasures. Also in the US Food and Drugs and Cosmetics Act, Chapter 564 also deals with EUA countermeasures, and they are equivalent. It's the same thing. And when you read it in detail, you will realize a couple of things. By their legal status as non-investigational product, EUA countermeasures obviate informed consent because informed consent is part of a legally conducted human clinical experiment investigation. And if you're using by statute non-investigational product or device, you cannot conduct a legal investigation. So informed consent is obviated. They're not subject to the FDA evidentiary standards for safety and efficacy because they're issued based on opinion of a single person. And the only criterion on which they're issued on the market is this: may be effective opinion and a declaration that circumstances justify it from HHS Secretary himself. Nobody else needs to be involved. He can consult whoever he wants to consult, but this is how the law is written. This is the only thing that's required. Therefore, these products cannot meet the legal standards of properly regulated pharmaceutical products or biologics. They are also, FDA states that they're legally distinct, and by legally distinct, they have a kind of a fuzzy language around it, but what it really means is they're legally distinct from a real FDA-approved medical product. And absence of enforceable consumer safeguards in relation to these products makes them potential poisons, because an unregulated drug or drug that's not non-compliant with FDA rules for safety and efficacy, which are part of the US law, is deemed de facto poison. And actually, that's why Poison Control Center would have a lot of information about drug poisonings, which are when drugs are used improperly, right? And so that's another case of it. So we should treat it as poison. And there is no mechanism currently to rectify this harm because they remain in circulation and they have not been removed. So while this law needs to be dealt with and needs to be, frankly, my opinion, it needs to be nullified because it enables poisons to reach consumers who are thinking that they're properly regulated pharmaceuticals. But in the meantime, I think the local authorities can also take measures such as, for example, distributing Dear Doctor letters, educating the public. So you can have this product still remaining on the shelves as federally owned and distributed, but you can take measures as to educating the local public, educating the local healthcare providers, and eventually this will fall, and eventually the liability will start kicking in. And I know about the current discussions, what's going on with this law, and it's very likely that first people who will have liability are providers and administrators of these shots, and they need to be aware of this. So at this point, actually one more thing I wanted to tell you about this, so let me stop sharing, is in the contract for the vaccines signed by Moderna, Pfizer, Emergent Biosolutions, AstraZeneca, many other companies with the Department of Defense, there is a clause that says that if there is no current PrEP Act declaration for this particular indication such as COVID, then whatever we, pharmaceutical companies, have already shipped to the US government under this contract is not for human use. So they know that the only way they can maintain this is by these bad laws, illegal legal frameworks remaining in place. And they know that what they're shipping is not for human use. And so as local authorities, I encourage you to find ways to educate your public about the dangers of these shots. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sasha. Next, Dr. Thorpe, can you hear us? And you have the floor.
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate the Franklin County, Washington Commissioners. Going to share my screen.
You have to go all the way over to and share entire screen. Okay, you got it.
Got it.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. The CDC and FDA's VAERS, Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, is verifiable and very useful as a monitoring technique and has been so since 1986 under government law, despite efforts of disinformation to vilify the database. It is useful. Miscarriage and stillbirth rates are increased by the COVID-19 vaccines. This is irrefutable by 6 different studies, including a myriad of other complications. This includes Pfizer's own data. This includes the New England Journal of Medicine study, and this includes 3 separate studies at various time periods of the government's own database. Pictured here is Pfizer's 5.3.6. This is their post-marketing data. There was an 81% miscarriage rate. There was a 5-fold increase in fetal death or stillbirth rate. There was almost 8-fold increase in neonatal death rates and a 13% increase association with breastfeeding complications in the newborns. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, ACOG, the American Board of Obstetrics and Gynecology, ABOG, and the Society for Maternal Fetal Medicine have all received massive amounts of money from Department of Health and Human Services, entering into a quid pro quo agreement, receiving these massive amounts of money if they abided by the narrative of the HHS regarding COVID-19. This resulted in September of 2021 threatening 60,000 OBGYNs. I was one of them. If you deviate from the narrative, we will destroy you and take away your state licenses and your accreditations. This is not speculation, ladies and gentlemen. This was proven by my research team in a Freedom of Information Act request. This, as they separately, guardedly targeted me and threatened me with removal of my state licenses and my board certifications. I've been honored by these organizations my entire career. This was how I responded. I sent them a 98-page letter in January of 2022 that is open to the world. It's an open publication. This is just part of that 98-page letter showing the vast increase in pregnancy loss in just 10 months of the vaccine, according to the government's data. Also in this publication, just 12 months after the COVID-19 vaccines were started, I listed 1,019 peer-reviewed publications documenting death and injury after the COVID-19 vaccines. I'm still practicing today. I'm still board certified. They went dead silent after those threats. The New England Journal of Medicine itself indicted itself with their publication in April 21st, 2021. They documented, they advertised a 12.6% miscarriage rate. It was not 12.6%. This was a ghost-written article, and they had received large amounts of money from the HHS to publish this. The miscarriage rate was 82%, on par with the abortion pill, RU486. See for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. This is right out of the abstract. Any 10th grader can do the math. The miscarriage rate was 82%, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second peer-reviewed medical journal publication by these groups of authors after 18 months of the vaccine, looking at 17 adverse events associated with pregnancy. Every single one of these adverse events, the COVID-19 vaccine's safety signal was vastly breached. This is a phase 2, phase 3 trial. This is Pfizer's own trial, randomized to pregnant women to vaccine versus placebo. Look at the 8 outcomes, ladies and gentlemen. This has been buried. Nobody has discussed this. These are disastrous outcomes in newborns from a randomized phase 2-3 Pfizer trial. This is a third study published by these groups of authors this last summer, demonstrating 40 months of the COVID-19 vaccines in pregnancy in the government's database. The authors looked at 37 adverse events, ladies and gentlemen. Every 37 event, 27 before birth and 10 after birth, far exceeded the government, CDC, and FDA's own safety signals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the sister article, separate publication this summer, outlining the bribe, the collusion of money flow from the Department of Health and Human Services to the New England Journal of Medicine to publish this. It also documents the CDC and the FDA's attempts to hide the disastrous, the danger, the catastrophic outcomes, not just in pregnant women, but in their entire database. This is not speculation. This is proven. This is published. This is the government flow of bribe money from the Department of Health and Human Services through the Massachusetts Department of Health to the Massachusetts Medical Society that owns the New England Journal of Medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been going on for decades, but this is a culmination of the ultimate exposure of corruption of the pharmaceutical, medical journal, hospital, and healthcare complex. In the same publication of the New England Journal of Medicine, April 21st, 2021, the editors of the New England Journal of Medicine, yes, Eric Rubin, and the managing editor, Stephen Morrissey, and Rochelle Walensky, threatened pregnant women that if they didn't take the vaccine, they would die or their babies would die before or after birth, when they knew the exact opposite were true. Pregnancy inferred a significant protection, and the pregnancy was associated with a 75% reduction in maternal mortality compared to non-pregnant women. Ladies and gentlemen, this product, this genetic product, is not safe. This is not a safe product for human use, and it must be taken off the market immediately. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thorpe. We're still waiting for Dr. Cole to get home. His flight was late, so if we're able to fit him in, fantastic. But I do have Dr. Moon, a pediatrician, for a short comment as well. Dr. Moon, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you to all the commissioners and to the audience for inviting us to speak today. I'm Dr. Rennie Moon. I've practiced pediatric medicine for over 25 years. 19 years of that I practiced in the state of Washington with a clean record of patient care. I'm board certified as a general pediatrician and also as a pediatric hospital physician. I've not had any lawsuits against me or any actions against me, except for one, and I'll tell you about that at the end of this presentation. I think my words today are very clearly my own. I'm not here representing any entity, any employer, past or present. I think we would clearly all agree that any product we give to a child has to be safe, right? It has to be safe, especially when we have a situation like this one where our children thankfully were spared from COVID infections. We can all agree, the data shows very clearly that they had a statistical 0 risk of a fatality from COVID, from the infection itself. Now, it wasn't a perfect 0, but it was a statistical 0. So let's look at the numbers in Washington State. These are all from the Washington State Department of Health data. We have approximately 1.8 million children in Washington State. How many fatalities do we have each year? On average, we have all-cause mortality in children averaging around 720 children per year. That's from everything, accidents, poisonings, everything. How many flu fatalities do we have each year? Anywhere from 0 to 6 children die of the flu. So of those 720 fatalities, 0 to 6 of those children die from the flu. How many fatalities do we have from COVID infections? It's right around 6. The number that was cited in the most recent document from February 15th, 2024, Washington State Department of Health, says 6.5 fatalities from COVID per year in 2022 and 2023. I wish we had a product that could stop those fatalities. Any pediatric fatality is tragic, but we do not have that product with this mRNA shot. We have a dangerous product, as you've heard the speakers prior to me discuss. But let's move on and say very clearly that we have had no emergency with COVID in children. Again, there was no emergency for our kids with COVID. We weren't seeing them admitted in huge numbers. We just weren't seeing what they had told parents that we were seeing. The fear mongering was intense. Were children hospitalized with COVID? Of course they were, just like they're hospitalized with other viruses during the year. But look at the fatality numbers. We have a product that we know, this COVID shot, we know has caused harm. That's documented. And this COVID shot has caused fatalities. We have a product out there that's dangerous. How can we possibly be administering this to our nation's children? I'm going to encourage you to look. I wasn't able to screen share this in a way that would be effective, but I want you to look at the CDC website. It's called COVID-19 Monthly Death Rates per 100,000 population by age group, race, ethnicity, and sex. It's an interactive webpage where you can scroll through and look at the fatality rate in kids and convince yourself that we never had an emergency for our nation's children. Even the Washington State Department of Health says that. They have a section that is labeled COVID-19 hospitalizations, deaths by vaccination status in Washington State. And they don't even show the pediatric data on the graph. They have a quote though. It says, due to a small number of COVID-19 deaths, the death rates in certain age groups may be unstable. And then it says deaths only shown for Washington residents aged 35 years and older. So have we caused harm to our children by giving them this shot? I lose sleep over this every night. Absolutely, we have. We are seeing harms out in our population. We are seeing an increase in myocarditis that was related to the administration of these shots. Now, I say was because many parents are wise now and they've stopped giving these to their children. They've stopped listening to the safe and effective mantra that we've been asked to push as physicians. But clearly, the studies have shown that there has been harm. How much have we harmed our nation's children? You heard Dr. Milhone speak about the Nordic study. That looked at 23 million citizens and clearly showed an increase in myocarditis with an increased number of shots. So I just want to briefly go back to the 1990s. When I first started practice in the 1990s, I watched my federal agencies pull the rotavirus vaccine, the original one, off the market out of what they called an abundance of caution because they had less than 100 cases. They had less than 100 cases of a rare intestinal problem in kids across the country, and they pulled it off the market. They did the right thing. Flash forward to now where we literally have thousands upon thousands, tens of thousands of reports of injuries and even fatalities, and no one has pulled anything off the market. We are living in crazy times, crazy and terrifying times for our nation's children. I'm going to give you 4 examples. M is the name of the patient, a person, a young person in his 20s who developed myocarditis within a week of his second shot of the COVID-19 shot that was given to him in the military. He's been on disability for 1.5 years since that shot was given. E is a 16-year-old patient who died a week after this shot was administered. He died on the basketball court just abruptly, no symptoms until he died. On autopsy, he had an enlarged heart and was clearly harmed by this shot. V is a young man in his early 30s who died in Seattle, just also abruptly 16 days after he'd had this shot administered. His aorta dissected. The aorta is a huge vessel. It literally fell apart. He had inflammation throughout the entire cardiovascular system when his parents sent his pathology, his tissues off to pathology testing. They had to send it elsewhere. They had to send it out of the state of Washington. And Kay is a young lady also in our military in her 20s who has had 3 heart attacks, a mini stroke, and now has a pacemaker in place following her second dose of this shot. She was completely healthy when she joined our military. You know, we clearly have a massive problem here, and we've been silenced. Dr. Thorpe mentioned how he has been attacked. Many of the physicians speaking today are doing so at risk to our careers because we've been attacked. I simply, as a concerned pediatrician with a clean record of patient care in the state of Washington, I spoke as a private citizen at a Senate hearing in Washington, D.C., back in 2022, where I expressed my concerns about the dangers of these COVID shots for our nation's children. As a result of my testimony there, I was actually reported to the Washington State Medical Board, and I was investigated for unprofessional conduct simply for raising the question, why in the world are we giving this to our nation's children? This silencing of physicians and our citizens has to stop, and it's been a huge part of why we sit here today with the catastrophe that's unfolded in front of us. So we're turning to you. Please, the problem we've had in America is that everyone thinks this is someone else's problem. Everyone thinks someone else is going to fix this. Our federal government high up is not going to fix this. They are a huge part of the problem. We're looking to you, our community members who are in elected positions of power, to do the right thing and to put a stop to this. This has to stop. We have patients looking at these web pages, seeing the words safe and effective, and believing that to be true. I still have moms, as I travel around the country and work in different locations now, I still have moms who hand me shot cards and are very proud that they have the COVID shot on there because they're following what their local health department has told them to do. This is dangerous. It's a dangerous product and it needs to be pulled. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laura. We
Yes,
have
sir.
extended our time by 5 minutes already.
Yes, sir.
I'm just asking, would we be willing to go another 10 minutes? Because is Dr. Cole on?
I'll check real quick. I have a,
David there, and he hasn't got to speak yet.
he's my backup in case somebody didn't get to speak.
Gotcha.
Yes, yeah. He's graciously backing us up. So I had a 3-minute testimony of a Washington State worker to kind of give you an insight of what workers are dealing with.
This is a Washington State employee?
Yes, sir. It's a Washington State employee. But
think
I can, and Dr. Cole will actually be on in about 5 minutes, but he's texting me as he's rushing home. But he is also always available to you. I mean, if you guys needed a 10-minute for him to come back or something like that for just him, he would do
I would just like to
it.
say this probably won't be the end of this. I just wanted to get this introduced to the Tri-Cities. I tried to get it before the Board of Health.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, they didn't want it. I want the people to hear both sides of this. And I think that the testimony that we've heard today was powerful. And I, along with the last presenter, I just want to say the courage that they're showing by standing up is incredible. Because of their faith and their belief in God, they will prevail. They're standing tall. And I want to know, they've been protected by the U.S. law, but where is the international law? Crimes against humanity. Is Fauci protected from that also?
I think Sasha has the answer to that. Go ahead, Sasha. Short and sweet.
Hi, yeah, very shortly. So internationally, this can be classified, characterized, in my opinion, and opinion of other researchers, as a racketeering exercise of weapons, biological weapons racketeering exercise, coordinated through NATO and Pandemic Preparedness International Consortium. We have very detailed evidence from Australia, for example, that they use the same frameworks as the US. And the same mechanisms, and I'm happy to prepare and provide that evidence. We also have evidence now in the Netherlands. The health minister admitted that purchases of these COVID shots were NATO commitments by the Netherlands. So it's purchases of weapons. Again, it's my opinion. Some people will disagree, but this is how it's been conducted internationally. As far as Fauci ever being prosecuted, I highly doubt it because he has been given full liability immunity backed by the sovereign power of the United States of America. So he is used as largely a distraction. So every now and then somebody will yell at him in Congress to vent frustrations of the public, and it goes nowhere. And the reason for that is that Fauci wasn't even in charge of this because HHS wasn't in charge of this, but National Security Council was in charge of pandemic response. which is an advisory body to the US president. It consists of heads of military and intelligence, and HHS has nothing to do with them. It's not even in the room. So it remains to be investigated. I have compiled lots of material. Again, I can share that as appropriate, but it's all published. But that's what it is. So that's what's going on. They're internationally coordinating the sale of these products and internationally coordinating these declarations of pandemics continuously because they need them to offer liability to protection to everyone for these products.
And I would like to point out that on a county level, even though, I submitted a resolution. It's a very short and simple resolution that it's just an idea. For instance, what we did in 3 counties in Idaho that essentially recommended publicly against this genetic shot on the child schedule and asked for a forensics investigation of our state, and a forensic audit of our state health-wise regarding these shots. And it's essentially just a recommendation, but it's something, that makes sort of like I would say it's a profound statement publicly, and I'm obviously not pressuring anyone, but I'm just saying in Idaho we did that, and then it gave legs to the board members at the health district. It gave these 3 counties that saw this material and said, hey, we want a vote at the health district level, and that's kind of what happened. And so we presented again at the health district level, even had pro shot and against the shot. Everybody got to ask questions on the board. It was astounding, and it became the first health agency after hearing what you guys have just heard, and also hearing the pro shot argument. We crushed it, and they voted publicly, became the first agency in America to say we are not giving this anymore at our health district, and we are not promoting it. If somebody wants it, they can go to Wally World or CVS or something like that. But the health district said, no, not here.
I do know that our fellow commissioner that I sit with on the health board is listening to this right now.
Oh, excellent.
So we will go from there, and I want to thank you. And Mr. Baumann, do you have anything to add?
I just was doing a little bit of math here.
Yes, sir.
One of the presenters said that there's 1.8 million children in Washington State, and that's 0.0001% roughly, and for them to they keep pushing it forward under a opinion of an individual versus going through the process. There's been plenty of time for them to go through the process to prove or disprove, and we know why that they are continuing in the route they are, because they can't prove it to be safe and effective. And so I would be interested in having some further information. You referenced a resolution. I would be interested in seeing what that is, and I'm unsure at this point of what our authority is of a county. I do appreciate you sitting on the Board of Health, and that might be an avenue to identify. Would like to certainly see that and have an understanding, and thank you for everybody that was willing to give of their time and to present testimony today.
Thank you so much for having us. And I have thumb drives for you that not only has that resolution on Word doc so you can change things, and also just tons of studies, just so much of this information. It would take you 2 days to get through it, but I wanted to make sure you had it because most of this is censored. It's very challenging to find, and also if you ever want us back, Dr. Cole would come back, just for himself and communicate with you guys. He tried very hard to be here. He's probably on here now, but I told him that it's about to button up. So
well, I want to thank all of your presenters and yourself for the courage to stand up and be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, so much.
Very well done. Thanks. Well, we got a big schedule and we got to get through the rest of this, but that was incredibly well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Keep up the great
Thank
work.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mullen, we can get it onto him. Okay. And thank you, Laura. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for doing everything you're doing. Okay, so at this time, we'll regress back to the second item that we tabled. Is that what you want to go to next, which is Mr. Harmon? Drive safe.
Yes, sir.
I have some documents that I approached with.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Tim's not here. There's a foster issue. Okay, great. Thanks, Commander.
Thank you for your patience. I think it was worth our while to listen to these doctors and specialists on that, because maybe you can alert somebody in your family. So please.
So I come before the board. Thank you, Shirley, for helping me out with there are some number issues with the resolution, but it should be 450,000.
Would you speak closer? Thank you.
So there was a issue with the resolution, and there was a numbers issue. It should be 450,000 amended to our medical budget. The reason being, there's kind of a twofold thing that's happening here. Is we have a OTN contract that is from September to September, and so at the end of September this year, there should have been money for this new contract, and we're actually still running from January to December, and it's putting us in the red.
And an OTN is an opioid treatment network, so it's...
Yes.
Yep. Thanks.
Correct. And then the other thing that's happening is with our $1.8 million with our doctor's contract, and that was the belief of the doctors that the contract would run from November to November. And there's 2 months that basically 1 month that we haven't paid the doctors because of the overage, and then they're billing for December. And those 2 bills, I can give you the total breakdown if you would like.
So currently, we have one outstanding month.
Right.
So the typical December would bill in January.
Right. So for total, for the doctors alone is $282,000, and I rounded that up. And then for the 4 months for the OTN, it's going to be $141,740 for a total of $423,740. So I did put that at 450 for the amendment for any overages. Now the overages come from a couple things. So when anytime that we send an offender to the hospital, we incur a fee for that. Now on the weekends, that's even more because there's no doctors in the facility at the time, so they're on call during that period of time. There's been months where they have been within budget, and there's been months they've been out of budget, meaning they could bill us for $190,000 one month, and they can bill us for $130,000 the next month because of just the way we send offenders to the hospital. They need that help for whatever the emergency might be. And so With that, and this is what's happened too as before, is they've been understaffed for quite a while. And starting in January, they have fulfilled their obligation in going with filling every position. And so with that, that takes away from their budget. We've never had this issue before, but since they've filled all their positions, and that money should have ended in November, which it did for the medical. And so that's why I'm here asking for an amendment to their budget. Any questions?
Questions?
Yes, thank you. So currently outstanding is 282,000. You referenced in-house services and hospital services on a, outside of that. Are those both under the same contract?
Yes, they are. And if you look at, for instance, I gave you a billing from the medical doctors, and you'll see.
Is that the sheet?
That's that sheet right there. You'll see where the total. Sometimes it's changed. I gave you just a snapshot of like September. At the total amount was 187, and if you flip to the back, you'll see that that's for October. It was 164.
Okay.
So I'm still not understanding. So when we send somebody to the hospital, that billing is under the same contract as the doctors that come and serve inside of our facility?
So what ends up happening is, we have doctors that are on call. So anytime that we call them, say especially the weekends, holidays, anytime, they're billing us for that service to call those doctors, like we would anywhere, going to any type of outpatient or anything, we're going to get a bill for that. And that's basically what they're doing. And there's 3 accounts that are actually happening. There's a professional services medical service, that's the 1.8 million. There's a professional services medical fees that we pay out of. That's for going to the hospital. The hospital bills us. We pay that out of that amount. And then the other one is the OTN grant. Now, some of the numbers on the OTN are not correct. For like this year, they had us down for $363,000, but the contract was actually more than that, and it doesn't reflect that on our budget.
So our original contract was 1.4 million.
Correct.
And you're asking for an increase of more than 25%?
So what are you looking at, sir? So yeah, the OTN contract, that's for 2 years on that contract, and they break it up for the 1.4 million. And for some unknown reason, I wasn't here or in the position as the commander at that period of time, but 363 is not the original number. It should have been. But even then, the contract is from September to September. So as of September, that money should have been replenished, and we started the new contract, the amended contract. But we're still working from January to December, and that's why we're in the red for 4 months.
So on the, maybe I can just get some clarification on the Healthcare Authority contract, which is the opioid treatment network. And so maybe we can like bifurcate these two for now. Just so the way that you have proposed this, the county will, this contract doesn't pay then for all of our expenses. The Healthcare Authority contract does not pay for all of our expenditures?
No, they do not. It pays for 2 employees, FTEs from Dr. Fleck, but it also pays for medical costs for the offenders. Now, that means, and again, that fluctuates because there could be 50 people that are enrolled in the program, and next month there could be 10, and next month it could be 60, and so that those numbers fluctuate.
So on the patients that are being treated, these are arrests, correct?
Correct.
Are these drug-related, obviously, because it's OPD as at the top of
It could be anything.
So,
As far as the arrest and someone going to the hospital, just like last week, a guy swallowed his glasses, right?
reading glasses?
Reading glasses. And that incurs a cost because
we should let that pass. I think he would not do that again. Just let it pass through.
You're right. And you know, and then we send this guy out to Cadlick, and there's a surgery on that, and he comes back, and a few days later he tries to eat his shoe and swallow pins, and so we're sending him back out for services, and that's a continual thing in the jail. This happens.
You obviously do a records request on these people. Are they all from this area?
Yes.
They are. They're from the Tri-City area?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, go ahead.
Yeah, so on this is this is a great spreadsheet, so thank you. I think it's a great explanation for the board to see where your costs are incurred at. Where would the costs for that medical visit show on this spreadsheet? Or is this simply for the
Just billing.
Just the billing?
Just the billing.
Just for what is done inside the corrections facility?
Correct.
Okay.
Might be more simplistic. We have a Western medical contract with a company. We also have contracts with Lords, and outside medical providers, dental, et cetera, et cetera. So when a person is booked into the jail, they're booked into this jurisdiction because they committed crimes in this jurisdiction. For a while, for example, if it's a City of Pasco arrest, they're paying the bill till we reach a certain point, and then the county's paying a bill. The contracts have been in place for a couple years, and they're getting ready to be renewed. But what you're not seeing is when the City of Pasco pays their medical bills to us, it's just coming back into the general budget. It's not going back into the jail. It just comes in and is paid and dumped back into the general budget. So that's the piece that's missing. These may be the costs, but we're not factoring in what's coming back that offsets those costs because there's nothing in place for checks and balances with that. So every time the City of Pasco pays a bill, Cornell pays a bill, or so on and so on, any of the medical costs or reference to any of these contract things that they're paying for and comes back in that sense.
Yeah, it's a conversation that the commander and I had, which is we don't fully know yet in our fiscal year 2024 how much in addition I hate to say we call it Pasco lodging in our
jail.
We code it anyway, but so revenue from Pasco projected at a certain amount, Connell projected at a certain amount, corrections projected, miscellaneous projected. So there's a number of revenue sources that are in fact coming in. The question is how much needs to come from contingency versus how much may be covered by revenue that is actually coming in as well. So it may not necessarily mean that we actually need that much from contingency. There actually could be more in the actual revenue coming in as well. So in the ideal world, we might be further along to be able to really identify that we actually aren't taking that much out of contingency.
Right.
there could actually be a number of additional revenue sources in the sheriff's budget that would be paying for
Correct.
for this. We just aren't at that point to perhaps be able to do that. It may be that we do need to do another budget amendment once we see more of that, so it's more accurately reflected that there is revenue in the sheriff's budget coming in from, do we call it lodging?
Yes.
Okay, from lodging.
So to give you
yep.
what you're talking about right now, so we were projected to make $2 million roughly $2.14 million
In lodging fees? In lodging fees?
Lodging fees, and actually we are 279,000 above that. So our contracts do pay,
Right.
And there's one other, the healthcare authority did send us the sheriff's office $125,000, and it's sitting in revenue right now as well.
And that will be for the network.
That's for the network system, but it's also can be used to pay for positions as well.
And is that for 2025 likely, or is that?
It can be used now or for 25.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Harmon. If we get our crisis center put together and it's up and running, would that alleviate some of these costs? Because would these people go to that instead of in your jail?
Yes.
Yes.
Like the guy eating his glasses?
Yes.
I would hope so.
Maybe.
Yeah, they may.
Circumstances.
Yeah, they may not be over at that facility. They may be such that they need to be in the county jail too.
Right.
Right.
You need to look at, as far as revenues go, Connell, the city of Pasco, Adams County, misdemeanor stuff that comes in, they're paying for that themselves, for all misdemeanor stuff. And they also pay up to a certain point for felony acts until I think and Sean might be able to correct that, until there's filing time. And if you wanted to know how much Pasco's projecting, trust me, they have a line item that says this is how much money they put away for housing in the Franklin County Jail. Doesn't mean that's how much they're gonna pay. And then the next thing, and that's for us to do, is as those contracts become void, housing contracts, then we need to look at upping our, what we're going to charge, because the average now is across the state's what?
101 right now.
101?
Yeah.
And what are we charging?
We're at 89, I believe 61.
And what would it?
Kittitas just signed one where they're charging 135 a day.
Yeah.
What do we do to raise ours?
And we are working on that contract right now.
No,
Thank you.
We negotiate the contracts with.
That will be with Connell and with
Pasco.
Pasco. Yeah.
Yes.
And remind me, corrections limits by law what they will reimburse, right? I think, isn't there a statute that limits?
Yeah, the Department of Corrections, what happens is the Department of Corrections sets a minimum, okay, and the state auditor tries to get the jails across the state just to stick with the DOC rates, which we have primarily done. But there's nothing that says you can't negotiate for higher for inflation, raises, all those type of things, which is the point we're at. So as we go into the next round of, negotiations with contracts, we will factor that in before they're ever signed by the commissioners and the agreements with the contracts. And this is the year that we started doing that, if I remember right.
That's correct.
2026. So that could offset it. Probably our weakest point is where does the money go when it comes in? For example, we had a $25,000 reimbursement for our medical monitors we were putting in the cells, and it took us, I don't know, about 3-4 months to find that someone put it in the system as a donation. When it wasn't a donation, it was
reimbursement.
Money. It was a reimbursement that we spent in one of the line items.
That was one of the questions that I will have and talk with the auditor's office is trying to discern where the healthcare authority dollars specifically are going, and then what are they linking back to in expenditures?
Right.
Correct.
Is something I'll be working on. And then my biggest question, Mr. Chair, if I could,
Yes.
still, is just, I'm trying to understand the current contract, which states it's $160,397 a month is what we reimburse, and virtually no month that I can find, and we talked about this, no month that I can find is really that amount. So trying to provide the board information about what is that difference on a monthly basis to the contract that was executed in 2020, October 2022 for, I guess, and it ends next year, I think, if I recall, right?
It ends next year.
For Western Medical.
For Western Medical,
yes.
for Western Medical, and it's next year. So what is that, what is going on a month-to-month basis? And it might be something you and we can work on so the board has a clearer understanding what is happening on a month-to-month basis, that it is in excess to the contracted amount.
Yeah, and I do believe that is the call-outs that are happening with the doctors after hours, nighttime, weekends, and those costs are going up as well.
Yeah, because when I saw your report, which was really helpful this morning, is the call-outs ironically were, if I understand the on-call, which would be the call-outs, or is it
Yes.
somewhere else, were the same both months, 32, 34. So, which, if that was the case, that would only be an extra, $36,000. So,
Well, the
we'll
problem
do some-
started with, we have line items for Western Medical, et cetera, and enough money was not put in them. And it's short so much that, short to a certain degree, just like he explained, that what we have to do is, as directed by the commissioners, is to come back to request that our line items be adjusted so that we're appropriately, dollars are appropriate reflected in our budgets. And that's why we're back here. We could have just chose to let it run in the hole instead of making the request to adjust them.
Yes,
So
and
it accurately reflects.
Yeah, the original budget was, and I don't know why, was what, 1.86 million or something, where your contracted amount was 1.92. So there's definitely a $60,000 difference for
Discrepancy.
sure. Which, I'm not sure why they didn't contract that amount specifically. I know this next year we didn't contract that much because of the potential Medicaid reimbursement that we're going to have.
Correct.
So we cut it, I think, about 400,000, I think.
The potential Medicaid reimbursement is, it's like, dragging a 2-ton tractor through the marsh.
Yes.
Yes.
With it all. I mean, it's gonna come, but it's,
Slow.
It's still, yes, it's the state.
But
It's slow.
I'm certain, we got to give you kudos for being one of the first cohorts on, part of that first county jails that are doing it. So, so anyway, I think we've got to we need to get the board that information about what is different in the contracted amount, which is that 160 a month, to what is being paid to Western Medical on a monthly basis. And then I'm trying to figure out, because I don't see it on here, how much additional are we paying to, for that person that decides to swallow the glasses, on a monthly basis? Is that coded here, or is that coded somewhere else? So I
voted somewhere else.
Yeah, and so I need to kind of meander through that.
So with the individual that swallowed the glasses, that would qualify for mental health funds potentially. I can tell you that is a mental health issue. Is that,
No,
it does not qualify?
it does not,
Why would it not?
because they're an inmate in custody
custody,
in
yeah.
a county jail.
So would it, I think if your question is, would it qualify under Medicaid reimbursement going forward? It might.
It might.
It might. It depends on how the final rules are written by the healthcare authority under the waiver, the Medicaid waiver. And I think we would argue that that's, that's part of someone's.
So the glass eater, okay,
Glasses.
and the underwear eater, and the mattress eater is all in one, who's been twice had to be taken to the hospital, but my understanding, he is a misdemeanor,
Yes.
which means that in the end, we're not paying.
Someone else.
Yeah, it's gonna be the city of Pasco that's gonna be paying. Yeah.
So this amended start date of September, is that our goal, is to have that be the date, or are we trying to
Yes,
get
I
things?
would love to have that be the date so that we don't run into the red.
Well, I'm just wondering, is it better to be on a calendar year, or this is a quarter off of a calendar year?
Yeah, it's a quarter off.
Quarter off, and it'll always be a quarter.
It always will be.
I'm not as concerned about a contract date. We deal with contracts from the state, usually on a July 1 through June 30th basis, because they're on a biennial basis. We are on a 12-month calendar basis. We're just going to have 2 contracts to administer with monthly expenditures during that calendar year. We just have to budget appropriated, which in this case, I think we were close to budgeting that full 1.9 million. But we didn't. We budgeted in 2024 less than that. But there's still a big gap, as you can see, between how much we are expending in the medical contract to what the contract says. And that's what I think we've got to discern. But we do have invoices, so the county does have an obligation, I believe, to remit payment within 30 days. So I think that's this element to do. I think I want to come back and spend time to kind of better understand that difference for you. Also better understand the additional revenue. So it may not be actually coming out of contingency. It may be coming out of other revenue that's actually coming into the sheriff's budget. So that would be my goal, is you might take action to permit this, recognizing we'll come back to you with more information on both the expenditure side, but definitely on the revenue side that could offset the need for these funds out of contingency.
And one of those offsets could be the 135,000 that you have brought in. You said that it was available.
That's 125.
125?
Could be the contract
So we
with
could
the-
use that against this,
Right.
and then we could find some other funds to use it in, to
And
pay.
as we indicated, they've got 200,000 more in lodging that has already been identified. So we've got some other
Extra funds,
resources
yes.
that could be identified in that as well. But for me, it's two things that I think that I need to work with the sheriff's office on, which is number one, understanding the difference in the contract amount to what actually is being expended on a monthly basis. And then secondarily, identifying the funds that we could utilize once we dip into contingency or reserve. I think we actually are talking about reserve right now, and then come back and replenish that, or do a fund transfer back out of contingency, recognizing there'd be a revenue source coming in.
Do you have any idea what we budgeted for 25 on this need?
It's less because we expected in
Medicaid,
mid-25
Yeah, Medicare.
the Medicare waiver to kick in.
Right.
And
They keep pushing it back,
that
pushing the
will be-
goal.
That will be
The goal, yeah.
something we'll have to pay attention.
What we don't want to do is we don't want to tick off Western Medical,
Yeah.
Yes.
okay?
Yeah, and I think that's the reason that we have a payment to remit. And so making that piece, and then we've got some work to do to get in front of you.
I think we're on the same page, so.
So
with that-
what would that look like for action today? So our outstanding liabilities right now are 282,000. So how do we address that?
Well, our outstanding liabilities are more than, are 282 with,
141,740.
141,740.
so 282 with Western Medical,
Yes.
and how much?
And then the OTN is 141,740.
And he rounded it off at 450. It's actually under it, but,
Was 420.
yeah.
So whoever submitted the bill, we then put it to the auditor's office to pay it. And if the auditor's office says, well, there's not enough there, we're not going to pay it, there's where the problem will contractual issues, et cetera, et cetera. So however y'all want to clear that up so it doesn't happen, in the best interest of not ticking off Western Medical, we'll all be better off in the long run.
Yeah, right. Well, we definitely, shouldn't overspend, so we need to correct that component, but we also need to make sure we come back with a better understanding of why that expenditure occurred.
And maybe we can look up and see what we allocated for 2025, because if Medicare is going to be that slow, we might have to have other funds to compensate Western Medical.
Which is?
We'll have to monitor that.
Yes.
It's going to be the same amount, 1.8 million.
Oh, we did do the same.
Yeah, it's the same amount.
Did we? I thought we did it slightly less, no?
No, it's the same amount.
Okay.
Okay. So at this time, do we just pass this resolution as written?
No, we need, no.
So 423,740 is that number, those combined numbers.
How much?
423,740
Okay.
is the 282 plus 141,740.
And Commander, help me. I think the only correction we need is the transfer of 450,000 is what was the number you want to use?
423,740.
423,740.
And we have 125,000 available.
We'll come back and amend
Yes.
that component, though. And then, under the be it resolved, that number will also be 423,740. Now, help me, how much is transferred then to the medical services?
So the medical services will be the 282? Is that what you're?
Yes.
Yes, 282. And
to the professional services is 141,740. 141,740. Right.
Tell me this. So the first one's medical services, the second one is?
Professional services.
Professional services.
And that's the opioid network stuff.
Okay.
Do we have any of our opioid money left over? Would it be available for this?
The
settlement?
The opioid settlement dollars, potentially, we'll have to look into that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's limited to treatment facilities for the.
That's what this is for. Treatment.
I think you might be able to utilize it inside the jail, but
don't know that
we'd have
qualify.
to take a look.
I
at
don't
that.
believe we can.
You don't think we can?
No.
Trust but verify. I respect your. That's
Right.
Ronald Reagan, by the way.
So in the matter requesting general fund transfer of $423,740 is what it will read. And then from the line items and what it's to, and then under the now therefore, be it resolved, the amount of $423,740 be transferred from the general fund 101-700-580 line item to the corrections budget, 282,000 to 101-540-4103, and 141,740 for 101-54-4193. That's where I think the $125,000 can offset that 141,740 for sure.
Or,
What's that?
or the commissary money, which is at 930-some thousand, can be taken from there and it can legally and legitimately be used with the commissary money. Whatever your choices are.
Sure. So when we come back to get together to look at overall revenue to kind of move into this, we'll take a look at what the alternatives would be for the board.
So let me see if I make sure that I'm understanding as I make a motion. We're going to amend it from 450,000 to 423,740. The medical services agreement will be 282,000, and the professional services will be 141,740.
That's correct.
I'm ready, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, if there's no further
I
discussion,
just think, making it clear that, in early or sometime in January, we'll be back in front of the board to kind of highlight what both that distinction in the contract is and the expenditures that are greater than what's in the contract, and then secondarily, what revenue sources might be able to be identified to rescind this one and put new revenue sources in
Yes.
rather than reserve.
and I really appreciate the fact that you're looking at raising our bed rates up, because you can see the costs are just going up on everything.
Absolutely.
Yes, so thank you. I think we should follow the lead of, was it Ellensburg or Kittitas?
Kittitas.
Yes, I think we should follow their lead. So, Mr. Baumann, if there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move for approval of Resolution 2024-0319, and amend the resolution where it currently says 450,000. I would like to amend that to say 423,740, and that division would be 282,000 for medical services and $141,740 for professional services, and proceed with that resolution as amended.
And I'll second that motion. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Keep up the great work.
Thank you, sir.
Take his glasses away.
And pens, and shoe.
And bed. Make him sleep on the concrete floor. All right, next, we're going to move down to closed record hearing, Resolution 2024-0335. And at this time, I'll open the closed record hearing. And Mr. Gunderson.
Here, I'm just getting everything situated here. Okay. Yeah, so it's kind of taking a while here.
And then after that, we'll move down to the prosecutor's discussion, and there we'll readdress Resolution 2024-0332, item 11 on the discussion items.
So
We'll do 15 and then 11.
15 and then 16 with 11 in the mix too.
16 we already had.
Oh, excuse me, 15, you're right.
So 15 and then, so 15 first and then 11.
Yes.
Got it.
all right, so I guess first do the ex parte thing since it's quasi-judicial. So, turning a moment to our commission members, keep in mind we are prohibited by law from communicating with members of the public on the subject matters of these hearings, except in these hearings. We also may not participate in decision which there's apparent conflict of interest to the average person. So let us take a minute to consider as to the matters which are before us for a hearing today, whether we have had any ex parte communications, whether we have any ownerships in the properties or projects, I guess, over this, and whether we have any business dealing with proponents or opponents of matter, or whether we have business associates or immediate family may be either harmed or benefited or harmed by a decision in these matters. Are there any commission members who have a declaration at this time regarding this item?
I do not.
No, I do not.
All right, so yeah, let record show no declarations. Is there anyone in the audience this morning, I guess, who would object to any commission member hearing any items on the agenda? All right, so let record show there are no objections. So start this meeting off. This is the conditional use permit 2024-14. It's for a closed atmosphere kind of Apple storage warehouse. Currently, there is no address for it. The parcel number, it's 2024-330-020. It's zone agriculture production 20 with the comp plan designation agriculture. It's located north of Clark Road and northeast of intersection of Road 68, Taylor Flats, Columbia River Road, Dent Road, that kind of major intersection. Just kind of saying it's an 85,000 square foot controlled atmosphere or Apple storage warehouse. The area to be used is almost about 4.5 acres or so. This is just kind of a vicinity map. It kind of shows where it's kind of being located at. And this is kind of the site plan that was submitted, just kind of showing further kind of where it's being located at. And then here's some site photos. You can kind of see on the left hand, this is kind of the closest I could get because you can't really get quite onto the site. So it is kind of on the left-hand side. It's kind of located.
It's currently in a circle. It's a farmed field, right?
Yeah, it's kind of in this weird, if going back to the vicinity map, it's kind of in this weird kind of half.
Can you answer who's the ownership of that field? Because I know that circle won't be able to go around anymore.
Yeah, I know the current ownership, it's DM Warehouse that controls that little parcel.
Oh, so they own it. Okay.
But it's kind of, ties to Douglas Fruit. So.
I sort of figured that.
Yeah. Sorry. So, let's see. So, on about November 14th, 2024, staff sent notice to technical agencies, property owners within 1 mile, and we post on the graphic. We also posted a land use pending action on November 20th. And right about November 14th, we made the CP determination of non-significance. No public comments have been received regarding this project. The Ben Franklin Health District based a comment saying they had no objections to it. As the day of staff report, no agency comments have been received. Public Works submitted comments on the 25th, and they conclude, there's no significant impacts on the county road system, and just kind of had general comments regarding approach permits, legal access, utility extension crossings, which is pretty normal for any comment from them. So the main proposal is just, to build 85,000 square foot warehouse. The applicant's pursuing it to allow for the processing and storage of agricultural products, such as apples. The applicants provide a steep environmental checklist. The recommended findings of fact is the proposed use is in accordance with goals and policies of the county development regulations and applicable comprehensive plan. The proposal will not adversely affect public infrastructure. Proposal will be constructed, maintained, operated in harmony with existing or intended characters of the general facility. And location and height of the structure and site design will not discourage development of permitted use on the property or within the general vicinity of that. The operation in conjunction with the proposal will not be more objectionable to any nearby properties by reason of noise, fumes, vibrations, dust, flashing lights, etc. Then would be the operation of any permitted use within district. Proposal will not endanger the public, health, safety, or general welfare where it's located. So in addition to the standard CEP language, the project must include proper erosion sediment control practice on the construction site and adjacent areas. So basically, in accordance to the Stormwater Management Manual of Eastern Washington. Any ground disturbed by construction activities must be stabilized. If appropriate, use any native vegetation typical of the site. In addition, general construction stormwater permit from the Department of Ecology will be needed if the project is going to be greater than 1 acre in size. Determination of non-service has been issued. Then also it needs to comply with Franklin County Public Works Department. the applicant's required to comply with requirements of the county building department regarding any new construction on site. So it means, they need to submit building permits, go through that process. And then before construction, applicant's required to, that's been changed. They've already submitted the ecology survey. Sorry about that.
So question on that. I'm reading it's slightly different than that, but
Yeah.
it says before construction, applicant shall conduct a cultural resources survey. Is that something that Franklin County has passed into our requirements of our standards and procedures? Is that as far as shall conduct that?
Usually, trying to think of a good. So you're just saying, have we actually formally adopted some kind of like a resolution?
Yeah, I'm just asking, why are we doing that? Why are we requiring them to do an archaeological survey?
Yeah, that's a good question.
So they have already submitted that, you say?
Yeah, they've already submitted the documentation.
So it's somewhat of a moot point on this particular one, but I would like to have an understanding of that.
I can interject where that's coming from. There's a state law. It's RCW 2753. What's it called? What's the title of it? But it's about the archaeological preservation. Anytime there's a land disturbance permit, it gets triggered.
So you're saying that RCW requires us to do that?
Right. I think that's where that's coming from in our requirements. You'll see it in pretty much every permit that involves land disturbance. That if
I'm not familiar with the requirement. I'm familiar with the request. It's moot to this, but maybe we can have a follow-up conversation about that, as they've already submitted that. But I would like to have a follow-up on that.
Yeah. Okay. So it just down to suggested motion. So essentially, just the suggested motion to adopt the Planning Commission's findings.
And this is a closed record hearing, so it's basically up to any objectors that were offered the opportunity and the commissioners. Commissioner, do you have any more discussion?
Outside of that, I appreciate the otherwise thoroughness of this, and have no further questions.
So at this time, I will close the closed record hearing and entertain a motion.
Get to the right one. 335, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of Resolution 2024-0335 as presented.
I will second. There's been a motion and a second on Resolution 2024-0335. Is there any further discussion?
No further.
Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
All
Great,
right.
great job, Aaron.
Yeah.
Okay, there we'll move down to presentation, Prosecutor's Office discussion presented by Eric Johnson.
I think that'll be presented by Sean Sant. This is Prosecutor Sant. This is a follow-up from last Wednesday where you had heard presentation in regards to issues in the prosecutor's office, vacancies, retention, folks that were departing, as well as the need for retention. And it clearly is an issue not just in Franklin County, but the attorney shortage is across the state, both in public defense as well as in prosecution. So Commissioner Sant has been working on this for the past week, along with their staff and others in the county. I've talked several times with their folks. I think they've been in contact with the auditor's folks, and has a couple of proposals for you today.
Good morning, I believe still. Good morning. Commissioners. We took from our discussion last week to put together a couple resolutions that basically incorporate the thoughts that were shared, and that is trying to figure out a way without incurring any additional cost or new cost to our 2025 budget. This includes a transfer, and I just want to be clear too, I believe there was a earlier resolution that involved a discussion of the HAPO money, and I think that is the money that we've contemplated. So if that was passed, we would have to basically ask to pull that matter. I think it's number 11.
It was not passed.
We haven't discussed
That's
that
the one
yet.
that we held. I
That's
just wanted to
tabled.
confirm. Yeah, I
Please.
just wanted to confirm that. So anyway, part of the discussion in putting this together is trying to figure out a way to utilize the 2024 available funds. This would help us offset any kind of further impact on the 2025 budget. We've put together a couple items, and I just wanted to thank Margot as well as Tim and Ryan from the auditor's office that kind of help us put through a kind of a couple different scenarios that I think make this workable. One of the first move is talking about the DPAs within the office. As of January 9, we will have a shortage of 4 positions in the criminal division. That's just going to be about a 46% shortfall in our criminal ability to prosecute, review cases, provide assistance to law enforcement, et cetera. So that's kind of what brings us to the Commissioner's attention, to try to make sure that we come up with something that I think could be setting up for hopefully a more robust discussion into the 2025 year. We recognize that there's going to be certain impacts going forward, and I think because of the unfortunate situation we have on the delay of being able to fill positions, part of the reason we have 2024 unspent funds is coming from 2 unfilled positions. One was just recently vacated. That was in October. The other one has been a senior DPA position that we just haven't been able to fill. We've had kind of waiting for the right person that has the skill set and experience, because that's what that position sets up. It's not just an entry level, just simply having a law degree is not going to fill that position. So obviously we have to be competitive to recruit people that are able to fill that void. We've had a recent departure with probably one of our most experienced trial deputies. That's one of our chief criminal deputies. That's going to be a huge impact on our office. Even if the board passes this, we're hoping that part of that will be able to assist us with recruiting and filling that. And the unfortunate reality is with that departure, that does create a different gap of funding that will help us basically satisfy the cost that we are presenting to you today. But this is a 2-part deal, and I'll address the DPAs in the office first because that's what includes the retention incentive. And because we do have a deputy union for the certain positions within the office, which is essentially the majority of the positions with the exception of the chiefs as well as the civil attorney position, they are not part of that guild or union. Part of this strategy was also to meet what I think is the board's request to achieve adjustments in the VIBA. And so part of this presentation that is before you includes, with the retention incentive, the guild essentially has agreed to follow the proposed non-BARG VIBA contributions for the 2025. And we discussed that last week. So that essentially moves us closer to achieving that, and that includes, as it was mentioned, myself would be included at the end of my term. Mine is automatically set to adjust. The other non-bargaining positions for the attorneys, they're already set to adopt that new change on the VIBA issue. So that will essentially cover everything in our office at that
But
point.
Mr. Sand, I don't know if we have done that yet. We're researching right now on all of the electeds.
Okay.
And it only can be done upon a new election. Your salary cannot be raised or lowered during your term. So we're looking into seeing if we have done that.
I think Resolution 2024-215 did do that, but I need to verify that. Margot, you might.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it,
Contribution?
yeah, so
Or the electeds.
yeah.
Yes,
so-
what we did in that resolution, and it was.
Please come to the mic so the public can hear you too. We are still in a public meeting. Thank you.
Sure.
At the latter part of that resolution, we specifically named the elected officials in office, just so it was clear, and that contribution would be effective at the start of the new term, or if a current elected official separated.
Yep.
Excellent.
Yep, so
All
you
right,
did
so
that.
it is done.
And I should have remembered
Yes.
that. It was done
Confirmation.
while I was here in September, so.
And that's why,
And we wanted to make sure we
I'm glad
covered
I'm
that.
not the only mind that it eluded.
no, and that's why I wanted to confirm with, or I did confirm with you last week that my understanding is that had already been done. I didn't want you
Yes.
thinking that we were proposing a different change from that. But so as part of the package deal, what we've constructed is built in as a retention incentive, and that's what allows us to go and use the 2024 funds. And it was our understanding too that there was an availability of funds with the ARPA funding that needed to be not only committed, but as Jeff pointed out earlier, the members that are going to take advantage of that retention incentive would have to sign that agreement by the end of this year. And that means we're basically being able to pull those funds that are available into our existing 24 budget. So that way, what we are essentially funding in 25 is the 3% COLA for out my office. And so that would be funded there as well. The other, what this also addresses with this resolution, it offers a incentive for recruitment. It's lower than the retention incentive because one of the things we looked at is trying to retain the people that we do have. Each one of them is essential. I mean, we're already cross-covering things that we can do just to kind of keep the ship afloat, so to speak. But we felt that it was more valuable to have more funds for the retention part than on the recruitment. But we still put that in there. It's still within the budget projections for 25 that we don't anticipate being able to hire anybody prior to the expiration of this year to fill any of the 2 immediate positions. But as of January 9, we will have 2 additional positions open that would be under the 2025 budget. So one of the ways that we also made adjustments, and this is where I appreciate the work that Margot and the auditor's office helped out, is because the proposal to move our chiefs to a percentage of my salary so that it was set, it basically removes the step matrix that most positions have. Most positions have a 5% step increase, and so that would change every year. We're getting rid of that, and I think that's an important piece. When you look at the move for the chiefs, it's basically putting it consistent with mine. But that change would not go into effect until July 1, because that's when my salary is adjusted. And there's been years where my salary is not adjusted. That's done by the Salary Commission. So I just want the board members to consider that typically when we have in the county had COLAs, typically it's around anywhere from 2.5 to, I think in the past we've gone up to around 4, depending on years and different circumstances. Essentially, we're eliminating what would be potentially a 6 to 8% increase on the step scale. So essentially, whatever COLAs would be applied to mine, that would be where the chief's salary would be limited to, because there wouldn't be a built-in step. So that's kind of an additional savings long-term, because it wouldn't have built in this 5% that would be the step, and then the additional COLA that would have been offered for that year. But the other modification that we made from our proposal from last week is that these would take effect in July rather than immediate. So that would be for just the 2 positions that we would have available right now. That's for the chiefs only, taking effect July 1. The other positions with the incentives, each of the attorneys would be eligible for the retention incentives, and that's combined as a lump sum, but inclusive of the 3% COLA. So that way it shows where our 2025 salary line would be with the 3% COLA. So anyway, that going forward, and again, unfortunately, with the 2025 budget, we're going to have, starting January 9, we will have 4 vacant positions, unless for some reason we would be able to at least hire 1 person prior to that date. We've got some things in the hopper as potentials, but again, until somebody has signed up, we're unable to count that as any kind of filled position. The retentions, as discussed before, that requires them to remain on for a year, and that's really what we're trying to achieve here, is because if folks are looking at departing, we want to make sure that, hey, they're looking at something that would basically kind of hurt, so to speak. It makes them reconsider options, and hoping that we could come up with some longer-term strategies when we look forward for 26, 27. One of the discussions that came up is, well, what would these moves do for our impact on 26? And again, the unfortunate thing is, because we are moving, part of the moves for the proposals before you take effect in July 1, the other concern is that essentially by having funds which we anticipate available in 26 means that we've probably gone with unfilled positions for a period of time. We're hoping that we could get some of these positions filled. The bar results from the February bar will put us in a position to be able to fill some entry-level positions effective around the 1st of April. We've recruited Rule 9s before, which is a lower-paying position, but it basically enables someone to come on staff. I'm scheduled to appear for the University of Idaho College of Law. They have a couple of recruiting sessions, one in Moscow, one in Boise, that I'm hoping that I could attend. That's in February. And again, trying to make sure that, hey, we have a face, and we're trying to do as much as we can proactively to try to recruit folks from our law schools, as well as working with the Gonzaga team up there in their recruitment office. So what we have before you today are two separate resolutions. One addresses for the chiefs. It gives that, that's it in the first one in the packet that's listed, and basically highlights that that does take effect July 1. The other one is for the incentives, which it requires each of the individuals, if they choose for whatever reason not to take the incentive, then they would be still eligible for the 3% COLA, but the incentive is designed to retain those individuals for 1 year after they sign and receive the payment. So it's a process. They have to sign it before the end of this year, but we anticipate the first payment, or that payment that they would receive in accordance with this, would be sometime in January. And that's why it's important that we've included in the resolution is that discussion of rolling over our existing 2024 funding, as well as incorporating the approximate $82,000 from the ARPA funding. That way we have a set place. It's allocated. It will be spent. Actually, it will be funded, but also spent in the near part of 2025. So we're ensuring that we're using those available funds. Any questions for the board?
The presentation we had earlier on ARPA funding, there's two different components here on that. So the courthouse employee retention, approximately 1.3 million, was your office involved in that retention?
It was somewhat separate, but it was included at about the same time. I believe we had one that was passed as well as the other employees. I believe they were in close proximity, if not passed on the same day.
So there's two separate areas here. So the prosecuting attorney's office had 300,000, of which 266,000 has been used, and it's anticipated that the remainder of that, 34,000 will be used by the end of the year. So is that the only area that your office was attached to, or were you somewhat attached to the 1.3 million?
I don't believe we were attached to the 1.3. I thought it was
just
separate.
the 300,000.
I can't remember if that was incorporated in that or not, honestly.
Do you know, or does anybody know about that?
His support staff that would fall under the courthouse or non-bargs, things like that, would have been for the 1.3. The one he's talking about that was separated, excuse me, was for his attorneys only, and that was at a 10%.
So that's the 300,000?
Yes.
So was that in 2023, 2024, both?
It paid out in 2023. I don't think did you have anybody started?
No.
No, because we had. I don't know if your 10% had a cutoff date.
It did.
The one for the 1.3 had a September 30th cutoff date for new hires.
I don't think we had anybody that came in after that ended up receiving that incentive. I think we had a couple that happened before that date, before the September date, and so when we looked back and calculated, because that issue came up with people that had left, not from our office, but from others, I think we figured out that everybody that was on the incentive, that had expired, I think, by that September date.
Yeah,
So-
that makes sense.
To the grade 22 line.
So you didn't get it, he didn't get it, so yeah.
Okay. And so I thought it should be a lot closer. I don't know what the date of what that number is, because I would have thought that would be much smaller at this point in the year. Right, because, yeah, so to me, I don't see that if it's for that one position, or are you talking that's spread over for the other positions as well? The 34,000, because 34,000 would not be spent by the end of this year for that one position alone. So it would have to be included of the other, somehow with the other positions. Okay.
I am still in the meeting, but I can attend and listen.
Okay, because it was my understanding that that was spent. Yeah, that money that was allocated, because that was coordinated with the auditor's office to get precise figures. And so I would think that that's going to be calculated out to balancing out at zero. And so I thought the ARPA funds that we were talking about were solely limited to the 82,000, I believe, is approximately 85. And so the idea would be is that would be rolled in for this proposal, and then supplement any additional with the balance of the 2024 budget. And that's what we talked about with the board last week, is that that money was not previously allocated. And one of the things that I mentioned, we were talking again with the auditor's office of making sure that we're looking for those outside sources to fund. So rather than it coming out of current expense, we have a position that supports our therapeutic court, and we know we can pay a portion of that salary as allocated for providing the therapeutic services, because that's part of that bill. And in addition to using money for the recovery center, we can use that money for direct support of therapeutic courts, which would include the member that we have dedicated assigned to prosecute cases there. And it kind of includes, it's kind of a team effort, because many of the prosecutors will have assigned cases. Information comes in about people's eligibility for the therapeutic courts, but it's simpler to just prorate the appropriate FTE to the primary deputy that is assigned to the therapeutic court. So, and talking with Eric Johnson, it sounds like that may have occurred, but if not, we will reflect that in our budget, because it's already occurred for services, so we can go back and make sure that the funding is pulled from the appropriate line items, so we could pay for that. I didn't have an opportunity to pull and see if that's an exact realization of new money coming in to offset the current expense, but for 2025, we know that we're going to be proactive in making sure that that is reflected appropriately.
So Sean, I have a couple questions here.
Yeah.
Your $10,000 retention bonus is for the people that are in your office right now?
The opposite. So it's the 15,000 incentive is the retention. The 10,000 would be to recruit new people coming in.
So it's 15 and 10?
Yes, sorry.
Is the 15 prorated, or is it, if they leave, they pay it all back?
If they leave, it's prorated.
It's prorated, so it's not 15 back. That would, yeah, that would hurt more if it was 100% payback.
And we've looked at that, and there's a couple issues that we discussed, and we were trying to pick the kind of the solution that made sense, the most solid legal position for that. And so we tried to make sure that.
Okay. The other question is tied to your salary. I know the state has done a traveling freeze right now. I don't think they would lower anybody's salary, but if your salary was be lowered and they tied to your salary, that means they're going to have to take less pay.
They wouldn't lower. They couldn't lower it. They couldn't lower the salary, but
Okay.
it could freeze, basically.
Yeah.
It could stay at that. And
because they got a traveling freeze going on right now. The last thing is, I would really like to know how this would affect your your budget for 26, 27, and 28, is this going to increase your budget? Are you going to eliminate a position to cover these costs, or how are you going to make your budget balance?
We've basically been without filling positions
I know
right
that.
now. For the calculation of 25, 26, we believe that based on the unfilling of those positions, we'll be able to minimize any increase for 26, but going 27 and 28, it would be subject to the same cost increase that any other department has. But as far as the changes that are presented to the board here, because we're eliminating a 5-step matrix for the chiefs, it is a boost. It is an increase there for this year, and it will be going forward, but it basically creates a more stable, it doesn't have the increases that it would normally see.
I'm going to tell you right
The
now,
5%.
that if you tie them to your salary, every department in here is going to want to tie all their upper echelon of their departments to their salary. You might be starting something here we don't want to wade into.
And that's why, I mean, it's similar to the compression that we see, I think, from the sheriff's office. This is a little bit different design because this is close to what it's still going to be several $1,000s less than what the Benton County counterparts are paid, but I think it's comparable to looking at our county and at least being competitive based on our size. So we're not trying to look for a match. The Benton County chief positions are actually tied to the elected prosecutor's salary, who is the same, it's set within their county as the same as the Superior Court judges. And so that's why I try to take it as approach to mine. That way it's a local connection. It's not tied to some outside matrix, but also it's not the full 100%. It's the 90% of mine. So.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
I just don't believe that I am prepared to support this action today. Haven't had the opportunity to evaluate it and some of the questions that you raised, Commissioner Didier, on you know what the downstream effects might be. I'm not prepared to support either of these resolutions today. I just have not had the opportunity to evaluate it. Specifically asked last week that I have some information that I could look at. Didn't have that opportunity until you laid it before us here, and so I'm not prepared to support this action today.
So one of the things I'd ask then, if the board is asking to delay, I have another resolution that would simply connect the rollover with our 2024, but also make the commitment for the ARPA funding for this purpose. I think we would need to at least come with the incentive portion or the retention piece that would need to be executed by the end of the year if we're tapping into the ARPA funds. And so I'd ask the board if the board would be willing to consider approving that resolution, which is to simply roll over our unspent 24 and put the ARPA funding allocation to the retention incentives as we've laid out within the documents that you have.
What about your used ARPA funding that you have remaining that Commissioner Bowen pointed out? Couldn't you put that with your unused?
Right. So I think
and
that
accomplish that without the transfer of these funds?
It doesn't. I think the ARPA funding being added is basically giving the ARPA funding a specific home to be spent or allocated and executed prior to the expiration of this year.
No, we have other areas we could use that in.
So, well,
Believe you me, we can use it in a lot of areas. We don't need to use it in the prosecutor's office.
But my understanding is if it's not done, if this is the board's last meeting, this is kind of the last opportunity to allocate and spend those funds. And that's why we wanted to make sure that we took every dollar from the unspent ARPA funds, allocate that to the retention incentive, and that way we could have those dollars tapped as well as our 2024 rollover into 25.
Okay, so if Mr. Bauman's not ready to take action, I don't know where we go from here.
So a question, having in the last 24 months expended in the PA's office, we're not sure exactly the number, but well over 300,000 in retention. If that component is not working, why will this work?
because we knew when we did the 10% back when, that was going to be part of further discussion, because the part of the study that we had done previously showed that one of the critical areas within the county was the deputy prosecutor positions. In other words, we paid for the consort study, come in and evaluate some key positions. Deputy prosecutors were identified as that. The incentive was trying to get us to a catch-up position, but markets have changed significantly since the consort study in specific direction of OPD as well as the prosecutor's office. And so that is part of the issue, is that we have a market here that if we aren't able to move this up, and like I indicated, this is just kind of a partial fix. This is going to need a long-term discussion with HR, trying to create a specialized matrix for the years going forward that basically addresses the fact that these individuals, as a minimum requirement of the job, it requires 7 years of post-high school education as a bare minimum. And that's making it harder and harder for us to recruit, because we don't have as many people going into public service law. Both prosecutors' offices and defense areas are struggling. Honestly, we see defense contracts making it more enticing to pull key people, and that's one of the ways that we lost our recent chief. He saw an opportunity that he was going to pursue because of making a lot more money. If we could have moved this to be competitive, then even though it would be a significant increase for him going outside, it would be close enough to retain because of our retirement and other benefits that one gets as an employee with the county. The problem is this is really a minimal type proposal. I would prefer if the board was going to do any of the proposals, since we would have more time to address in the 2025 budget. I would prefer if the board would adopt the retention incentive resolution, passing that one now, because we have the signed agreement by the member of the DPA union that basically they've met and they figured out, hey, if we're going to give up something on the VEBA contributions, going forward, this is something to help offset those additional costs as well. But essentially what we're trying to do is compete with a market that we're not competitive in. And that's why I say this is not a long-term fix, nor was the earlier incentive. It was the start of a discussion that we've only progressively seen get more and more challenging. So I'd ask if the commissioners would at least consider passing the one with the retention incentive, because that's the one that is tied with the transfer of the ARPA funding. It allows us to commit to those funds, have them spent where it has minimum impact. And like I said, all of these changes are inclusive of my 24 and 2025 budgets. And the determining factor would be is how long do we have to forego positions, because unfortunately everybody in my office realizes there's only so much we can do with short bodies. And if we haven't been able to recruit a senior DPA position for a year, there's only so much we can do. I can't ask my employees to work more cases than what they have time and reasonable efforts. People are outside normal working hours on the weekends, and that's going to drive people to look elsewhere too if we don't address it. And it'll have a major impact on our public safety.
So, Mr. Sant, I mean, we're looking at a crisis here that our state has created, and that is the fact that they're driving up OPD prices for attorneys. They're pulling them away from you. I don't know how, just other than trying to match and increase our cost for attorneys, are we going to be able to combat this? And we don't have the money to do that.
And that's one of the things that WAPA has really tried to participate in, of trying to get the state to realize that we prosecute under the state of Washington name. State of Washington needs to pony up additional monies for, because they pay half of my salary. Why isn't it that they pay for, at least on the criminal side, paying for at least half the salary for criminal deputy prosecutors? Because we're doing it for the state of Washington. It's not some violation of a county ordinance that we keep in our jails. It's for violations of state law. And your point's well taken. And
until we get equal with what they're offering, we're not going to draw anybody. They're going to go to the money. And we don't have that money to throw out there.
And I will throw this out there. People recognize that they can make money doing other things, but we have a very dedicated team of people that recognize that, hey, they're not going to make as much as they are going to in private practice and potentially even on defense, but they like the job that they do. They like the role that they have, keeping the community safe, working with our law enforcement members, and that's always been the challenge. We've heard from years past where grants are offered to the cities and they add more officers to the streets. We don't get added positions in our office nor to the clerk's office, but those are additional workloads that come to the county, and that's always the frustration where the county ends up bearing a lot of the burden on this. So again, I would just ask if the commissioners would consider that resolution. If we want to hold off on the one with the chiefs, that change was not anticipated to take place until July, so we have some additional time for discussion with that one. The incentive retention would still apply to the chief, so they would still be getting a retention to be able to keep them. And I think knowing that we're going to be able to come up with some solution in the near future would hopefully have the intended basis to retain them. But this is the reason why we wanted to make sure that we had something to the board today so that we could use those ARPA funds as well as the available 2024 funds that are primarily due to unfilled positions of the two DPAs.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is a tough one. I think I kind of split this into, use a medical term. One, you have an acute situation. You've got that,
Yes.
You're having the heart attack. So you've got an acute situation. And so how do you think about that immediate piece while you still have a chronic situation? Your heart disease hasn't gone away. So you've got that chronic issue that we still have to come back to, which is, clearly we're not filling prosecutor positions. There's vacancies. And there's got to be a variety of reasons to it. And so we can look at the chronic reasons behind. But you definitely have this short-term one, which is, are there things we should do so we simply stop the bleeding, so to speak, in a short-term perspective? Because it could get worse. And I think that's, I think the community values public safety and the things that we can do to make sure that people do get arrested, get prosecuted. So how do you think about that and separate the two issues? We do have a long-term issue that we need to address that could include compensation. It could include other things. And I think we've got to be more thoughtful about how do we fix that chronic situation. And then the second piece is, for me, is you have an acute situation. And so how do you approach the solutions to that? Is one of it utilizing some of the ARPA funds? Certainly a possibility. There could be some returned ARPA dollars from unspent this year as well that is still potentially available. But I think I feel a little bit about the dilemma similar to the one we sat here last week, is knowing that we needed to do something with the radio system, we needed to do something, but we weren't positive necessarily how we were going to pay for it.
That's right.
And I feel a little bit like that same situation. It's a dilemma, but not doing anything, I think we know that it could only get worse as well. So,
what are you suggesting?
So, I think bifurcating the issues at this point is certainly, is stopping the bleeding, hopefully, and getting that commitment to I wish there was something in between, besides it being necessarily prorated, because I'm afraid we, at some point towards the second half of the piece of time, that it becomes less and less attractive. Even like we scale it, would they get more upfront and less over the last several months, or they get more towards the last several months and less to start with, or there's some sort of strategy that encourages people to stay during those for the entire year, because it's just, it makes a lot of sense early on because I got a lot to look forward to, but as I'm towards the end of the year, it's less attractive. So,
and I believe from the last time we did an incentive, we kept all the people that signed on those agreements for the year.
Was it
and shortly
prorated
past.
then, or was it?
I believe it was I believe this is the same language that was adopted from that earlier agreement, and I don't think we tweaked it.
Was it prorated?
You recall.
Previous?
I would have to look up the resolution. Have it, I sent it to you. Oh.
I would be willing to do the 15,000 retention, but without it being prorated. That's the only way you're going to put the influence on them to stay.
If that's a proposed resolution, I know the agreement as signed, we can execute that with the condition that obviously the guild's rep is here. I will need to make sure that I could confer with them to make sure that would be consistent, and they would have the understanding that that would be the condition, and we could make that change, or we could insert that change on the resolution. Joe, you're here. I don't want to put you on the spot.
You're on the spot.
This is a little unusual, but
Maybe you guys could visit for just a moment while I ask a couple other questions. Do you know, so it appears, as I look at our ARPA funding expenditures, we've spent, it appears to be approximately 1.9 million in employee bonus / retention to some level. Do you have a sense, this is probably kind of an impossible question to ask on the fly, but I'll ask it anyway. Did it help? Did it work?
Actually, yeah, I believe it did, which I wanted to answer your question when you asked that to Sean. I don't have exact numbers, but I can just tell you by the amount of files or separations that we had, the retention work, I would say, across the board. We had a drastic decrease in separations of employees after that retention incentive went into place. And regarding his office specifically, he had several resignations, separations prior to that 10% request. And then they were able to pretty much completely fill all of those openings. I think there was 2 hires on this year, which did not get it because they had that cut off for last year. So I don't have exact numbers for you, but I would say yes, it had a drastic positive effect for across the board.
I'm trying to remember the statistic, where I saw this statistic of, and I can't, was it on, I can't remember if it was on cash payouts. I can't remember what number I saw was a clear indication how many that you started to see again, the retention becoming an issue after the September date.
We actually were kind of expecting maybe kind of this, yes, you know, people were just holding off. And we did have several separations within that time when it cut off. I think August, roughly 24th was that pay, but it trickled down to whoever got. But there really wasn't the amount of separations that we were kind of half expecting, just in the idea of like, oh, maybe people were just holding off. I will say there's been more stability in offices for lack of openings. Not to throw them out there, but the clerk's office coming into, when I came into HR, they had this constant kind of revolving door. They've been really secure since 2022. And that was before the retention jumped in, which has been wonderful for their office. That's one I know specifically, but long way of saying yes, I believe it was very successful.
So Commissioners, if I could interject, I believe the earlier agreement, I was advised that was not prorated. So, and I did have an opportunity to discuss with the guild rep for them, and it would be consistent with their understanding. They all plan to intend to stay, so that's not a huge issue. If the board wants to insert that modification to where it would not be pro rata, it would be the return of the lump sum.
So I'm not sure exactly how to frame this question, but so we did the retention back before. Do you know how many of those that received the retention left after that date expired? Or has any?
Well, we've lost, so we still haven't filled, the one position has been vacant even during the time of retention with the recruitment. I think we have lost, well, as of January 9, we will have lost 3 others that have been with the office during that retention time.
2, and it's been your.
I'm sorry?
I was gonna say, there's only been 2, and they were your, Rule 9s.
Right, so but I don't, what I'm getting to though is he asked how many DPAs have left after that, but I guess if you're talking about those that received the retention incentive and are still in the office, we did lose, I'm trying to remember the timing of Luke's departure.
I think he was before the retention incentive.
Okay.
I think he was part
That's
of
what
that when
that's what
you,
I was trying to-
yeah, you lost several of them.
I guess I'm trying to, without knowing and having time to do any background work, I'm trying to figure out, is this working? Is this retention model that we've tried to the tune of $1.9 million in this courthouse, has that been effective? And so that's really what I'm trying to ask.
And this is a much smaller figure than that. I know it's a significant one for a department. I recognize that, and that's why we tried to come up with something that would keep us within our existing 24, 25, and knowing of the vacancy issues, that we're going to have some wiggle room as well into the 26 year. I don't think anybody could come in and forecast for you the impacts of 27 and 28, because I just pulled, there was a recent thing out in the Herald from the 10-year line, and looking at our salaries and wages, we've only had a change of, I think, 2 FTE in the 10-year period. It went from about 1.67 up to 2.7. For that 10-year period of time. And primarily, you look at how, and it was primarily in the wages and benefits being the significant increase over that 10-year period of time. And, but it hasn't been because of adding positions to keep up with our community. And that's, when I'm telling the board that losing 46% of your criminal prosecution team in a growing community, that's the real challenge that we have, because we haven't added the FTE or the additional prosecutors to keep up with the growth that we have. We're trying to be able to just do barely status quo.
So with the personnel that's in your office that you're asking this retention for, what is the overall top figure of all of them added up? How many people?
We have 8 that would be eligible for this incentive, I believe. That's
8?
our number. I'm sorry, that's going to be, because we have 2 that have departed. We have, I think the calculation is listed in there.
8 would be 120,000.
Yeah, it's more than.
Well, you just handed it this. I couldn't go through this. I went to and there was nothing on there subject matter-wise to read.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
9 total.
It should be
How about
9,
we take
yeah.
a 5-minute recess and it'll allow the administrator and Mr. Sant to work together for a moment to identify what we're discussing.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where the language is that requires repayment in the resolution.
You want a 5-minute recess?
Let's recess for 5 minutes if you're
At
willing.
this time, we'll recess the meeting for 5 minutes and come back at 12:36. because there's a lot of discussion going on. We are back live, and we're going to extend the recess till 12:50 because there's a lot of discussion going on. Do we need to extend it?
I can explain
think so.
what while they're printing it.
Okay, so we're back live to the meeting. I'll reconvene the meeting. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, so I just want to describe what will be in front of you here momentarily. So you have the one-time lump sum retention. This resolution can stay intact because what it does is it references a memorandum of agreement, which is Exhibit A, and there's an Exhibit B as well. And those are an attachment to the Exhibit A, I guess. And that's what describes the reimbursement. And so what we have said, you're going to get a lump sum payment, and if you terminate, you will have to repay everything except the cost of living adjustment, which is included as part of your lump sum agreement. So your COLA is included kind of within that. So you don't have to pay that portion back. So for example, if you are here just 1 month and you depart, you'll have to pay everything back except that cost of living adjustment that was there for that 1 month. Likewise, if you're in your 11th month, you're going to prepay much less. And I also want to remind folks that 3% is going to vary by every employee because a 3% cost of living adjustment to each employee is different. Mm-hmm. So what every employee might pay back is going to be different. So that's what we are finishing printing, I think, or at some point to get that. So
the retention bonus would be fully repayable, but the COLA would be.
And the 3% is embedded in that lump sum.
But
Yes.
but essentially, 100% of the remainder
Yes.
would be repayable, but the 3% would be what's the term I'm looking for? Would be
Pro rata.
pro rata. That's what I'm looking
Amortized
for.
out, whatever.
Amortized out, yeah.
So I still think that we're going to have a big problem within the courthouse on this because there's other departments that want to retain people. I think we're opening a can of worms. It's going to be tough to, I know we got a problem, but the problem is not created by our ability to pay our salaries. Our problem has been created by the state and OPD and the driving up of attorney's fees and costs. So this is something that is, like Eric said, it's something that we're trying to stop and retain the people we have right now without losing any more. So there's.
Yeah, and I think I think we have to be honest about when are the looking at departments that are having, and the consort study did a nice job identifying what they called at-risk positions, those that there was retention issues. And if we do see that again, do we need to address that? But I don't know if there's other departments that are having the type of turnover that we're seeing in the prosecutor's office, and the risk to really one of our core core functions. So, but you're right. I think that there will be probably questions and comments. Is this the only copy we have? Is this one?
Margot got a copy.
I've got a copy I could hand forward to.
Okay, that'd be great. Each of the board members could have one.
That made it clear. It removed that pro rata language as to the retention incentive.
So while we're reading this, would you speak to a year from now, they're outside of the 3% COLA, we're back in the same spot?
Like I said, in talking with Margot, there has been a long need to evaluate our salary matrix for our office, considering the positions that we have. And I know that's going to require an in-depth evaluation. We're going to have to obviously look at our current financial status a year from now, see where we are, see where the projection is. I know the board has a lot of obligations that we've had to meet in addressing public safety related issues, including this huge investment for 911 and communications infrastructure. So like anybody else, I mean, we recognize that at some point there's going to be a limit, and that's why we're constantly trying to work money with the state through WAPA, trying to figure out, hey, can the state pay more of its share for cost of public safety as far as the impacts on the state benefit that is received from us doing this work at a county level. Just like what we talk about with the sheriffs, it's like for the corrections, you know, the cost is borne really on the counties because we are housing individuals, and the more number of individuals we have in our jail, the risk goes up, and that risk is borne on us, and typically it will pull in the involved agency who arrested that individual. But we're well aware of the other factors that are going to have to be discussed and considered going forward. We were discussing in our break the incentives. We did not lose anybody due to the incentive or even the short time after that. This is more of a recent change after a significant period of time, and circumstances have elapsed since the last year. The year exhausted in August, and there's ongoing factors. So we're hoping that, again, part of this includes the enticement. Other counties we've seen offer incentives upwards of $30,000+ trying to recruit. We think that the 10 is reasonable at this point in time, and hopefully we can get some of these positions filled. All I could say is we are committed to looking at, with the rollover of the 2024 funds as well as our anticipated 2025 budget, of making this work. As we stated last week to the board, is that we're not asking for more money. It's unfortunate that we will have 2025 funds because we're going to have 4 unfilled positions for a period of time, and we're hoping we'll be able to fill it. And that's why we offset the chief proposed change, because those taking effect in July gives us leeway, because there's only so much work that we could absorb. We're going to have to fill those positions if the right candidate comes forward. And
I just want to comment, you know, the significance, and you know, I know it's popular with employees, but the significance of the VEBA issue. I want to just, you know, that when we're talking about where we're at next year,
They're giving up the VEBA.
my understanding is they're giving up that VEBA, or they're going back to our proposal of the
Yes.
$600. You know, I was reading the comparison in the Consor study. Benton County $300 VEBA, Chelan County $175 VEBA. And these are our comparables, and we were sitting at $1,600 VEBA. And that is, you know, really unsustainable, and it only affected a small proportional share of our employees. So we need to continue to, you know,
Work on that.
You've been very focused as a board on that, and I think
Yes.
staff's trying to execute that and carry that out for us and in negotiations, and we know that may not be popular in negotiations, but we're either going to, you know, compensate our employees appropriately, or we're going to have fewer employees probably that are compensated appropriately.
And I'd have to give the hats off to our non-bargs who were the first to give up that. So I want to thank them. My question to you, Sean, is what is your rollover 2024 funds in your budget right now? What is the amount?
the calculation we had was approximately 268,000 remaining for the year. And
That should be plenty to do these incentive
hold on.
bonuses.
That was dated on the 11th of December. And so we know that we have 2 more payroll cycles. And so that, what I was primarily relying on is, I know we've had spent other line items, but we also have the, I'm trying to think of what it was, is just with the unfilled position of a senior DPA position, as well as the balance since October 18th for the other DPA 1 position or Rule 9 position. And that puts us approximately, should be approximately 130. It should be close to this amount. But we weren't able to get the final tally, and that's why it was important for us to have that rollover language, that it would be inclusive of that, and also the idea of being able to tap the ARPA funds so that those are.
Well, I don't think you're going to need the ARPA funds because you lost your senior chief deputy, and I don't know what that salary is, but for the next 2 months, you're not paying that salary out, so
But-
that's
but-
being
but-
put back into your account too.
Yeah, the problem is that's offsetting our 2025 budget only, because the actual last day of departure would be the 3rd of January, so that wouldn't do anything for our 2024 budget.
It is still 2024, he's not working through December, so he didn't get paid through December.
Yes, he works through January 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have payout.
So- So the question came up, Eric, about the ARPA funding and whether or not we had existing unspent funds in our budget. And I think the point I was trying to address is, obviously, if we're able to tap the ARPA funds, that rollover amount then could go back to other things as well. We were just trying to make sure that we captured the entirety of 2024 unspent budget in our office, because that could be, that wouldn't have an impact on the 2025. So there may be funds additional, but we knew with the restrictions on the ARPA funding, we wanted to make sure that we provided a good home for those funds, and that way they're being spent on something that has been used previously in the county, and I think it will provide the necessary relief, and if that gives us more money back into our current expense, we could use those funds a lot more flexibly.
Questions?
Yeah, and I'm not sure which one of you may be able to answer this. So how do I ask this question? Of the 15,000 averaged across these employees that we're discussing, what percentage of that 15,000 is the 3%? This is completely sheer guess on my part. My guess is about 50% of that, but I don't know that.
So are you asking if we took
so-
the average of the 3% out of the 15, what is
What
that number?
remains? Yes.
I think, I don't know what an average, let's just say, if a deputy prosecuting attorney was making $100,000, only 3,000 of that is cost of living adjustment.
I want to say then, when we just kind of did some quick math, I would say on an average for each person it was about $3,000. Or, yeah, $3,000.
So that would then bring this
Right?
retention incentive down to 12.
Here's some actual numbers, I think, from our quick math.
And the math, just so you know, was, I don't know why that's so loud, was just taking the 2025 matrix that you just approved and subtracting the 2024.
So that mic being hot is my fault. So I am deaf in one ear, so I have to read your lips to try to understand what you're saying. So I asked them that they turn the gain up on those, because almost every week I can't hear. So that's my fault.
So-
And thank you for
But
doing
may
that,
I,
IS.
may I ask though, this is retroactive, so it's gonna be more than 3,
No.
correct?
Negative,
No,
no.
it's not retroactive.
January 1.
retroactive?
January 1
January.
is
It starts
the
this
effective
January
date
1.
for the 3%.
Oh, okay.
The
Yes.
need for the action today is because of accessing ARPA funding.
That's correct. As well as the tie of our balance of 2024 funds, unspent funds. That was a key, part of our discussion last week, to ensure that.
But we don't have an accurate amount of what that is right now.
We don't, and that's why we wanted to make sure that by passing this today, we know that we are utilizing that outside source funding for ARPA to cover that. So we're gonna use that first, and then the balance of 2024 to implement any balance that's necessary.
So then whatever's left over from your balance of 2024 goes back to the general fund?
I don't think that's what it says. It basically would roll
It
into
should.
our.
Here's, if I'm going to talk about it mechanically, and I probably need to talk with Tim about this, but what will happen is we will find out what their year-end balance is sometime probably in the 13th month of what their actual amount is, and we will do a budget amendment in sometime within that time frame to amend that into for this purpose.
So this uses
So
up
what it-
the
what-
ARPA funds. The ARPA funds will be allocated.
ARPA funds will be
But
allocated.
whatever the balance is for their budget then will be.
In payroll, I'm assuming you're talking
Yeah.
payroll, not
Yeah.
everything in
No.
payroll.
Goes just to the payroll line
Yeah.
item.
So what could change here, and I don't, I'd have to really look at what numbers Tim put together. It could change your potential funding end balance projection by a couple $100,000, depending on what Tim had forecasted what that ending payroll balance was for the prosecutors. Because, so part of the starting fund balance is always based on projected year-end spending. So, but if you recall, we were, you know, at $700,000 to $800,000 in beyond where we had initially projected our ending fund balance be.
And taking that number that we had, the 268 was what we had remaining in our 24 budget, but we still just, without taking that into account, we then had a payroll that was approximately 90,000, and there's going to be at least a portion of that same amount that will come out for our year end, because we have an overlapping payroll period at the end of the year, and I believe the way they do it is they split up whatever covers payroll expenses through the 31st of December will come out of the 24 allocated budget, even though the payday would be the first Thursday, I think, in January. And so, yeah, so that was giving us a rough estimate of approximately $60,000 to $80,000 that we would anticipate having year end of our 2024 budget. But that was a rough estimate, just looking at that figure, knowing that that has most of our obligations for the year accounted for.
I think our goal would be, you know, talking with Shirley, we'd also try and work with the auditor that if you do allocate this money for these purposes from ARPA, those would be the first ones spent then as well.
If I may.
Yes. Chair recognizes the clerk of the board.
Regarding the wording on this resolution, if it were to be used and it's designated as incentive, you know, retention incentive, my only thing is you really could not, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's what it's for. So you would need to word it in such a way that should you have someone leave, that you have through a certain period of time to reallocate that to other retention incentive for new hires or something, because otherwise, if they return it and it's just stated as infinite that these people are going to get it, then you would need to return those funds to the state or to the federal government.
So this is kind of incorporated in there because that's the basis for the 10,000 recruitment incentive. I didn't rename it differently, but essentially if someone were to leave, that ARPA committed funds would have to be allocated for retention incentives. And part of the resolution is for the 10,000 amount for recruitment. So it would go back into that's why we want to use the funding now for the retention. If there is the scenario where some of that is paid back, that now funds, rather than taking from current expense, it takes from the line and basically puts that back into trying to recruit new people. So we have that already built in, and that's why I thought it made a lot of sense to do it this way, because we will, as of January 9, have 4 unfilled positions. That allows us to try to utilize that incentive. That would also be part of the rollover for the 24.
I think my point is, so this 85,000 would be gone the first month if we used it during that first month period. The whole issue of what happens to those, there wouldn't be any repayment of the ARPA portion of it.
Even if somebody during that period returned their money, the additional expended would
have been our money,
that.
not ARPA money. We would somehow make that clear that it was the ARPA expenditure that first month. So if you figured, if we were just talking about the fact that of the 15,000, average of that's 12,000 is for, you know, and then you divide that out, I think within the first, you know, couple months where it's going to be gone. The ARPA portion is going to be gone.
Any further discussion?
Does that satisfy your thought process? Because I think I understand yours. So if the very first person that received this retention ended up paying it back they're paid on January 15th of 25, and they return it on January 1st of 26, those funds technically are ARPA funds. But does that satisfy the requirement?
Well, I would leave that to Jeff, but in my mind, like, I believe what I'm hearing from Eric is if you have 8 to 10 people, you've surpassed the 85,000 and you're into other funds, so that potentially, that some person leaving, those could be those outside funds outside of ARPA.
Yeah, it's a lump sum. 6 people's gonna, or 7 people is gonna consume that. 84,000 with 7 people.
Is that what you have in your office right now, is 7 people?
No. That was to the criminal, the felony criminal is at 7.5, basically FTE. 8.5 is total when we throw in our district court. And then myself, that would be another. I'm taking on a lot more.
Are you
cases
going to
right
be
now.
getting the retention bonus too?
No, I'm excluded. This is solely for my deputies.
So it's 7.5.
I'm sorry?
7.5 times 15.
I think we have it calculated as 9 people are receiving the incentive. I was just trying to answer, the number that I put out earlier was in my criminal division, but we have 9 that would be eligible for this incentive, which we
That's
calculated as
135,000.
135.
So we're not dipping into much of your return.
Right.
In the previous year.
So that's my other question is, where does the rest of that return go?
It goes back to the current expense reserve.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so order of sequence, if this was to take place, do we need to go back and need to
Let's do
address?
this one first, and I'm finishing.
Number 11?
Yep, then I'm finishing a redo of
So the one that I have here does not have a resolution number attached to it. Do we know what that number is?
no, it would be, what number should it be?
336,
Oh,
I believe.
336 would be the next resolution number. Correct? Shirley?
The only other thing would be if we use, since we're using that ARPA money, is if we use the 332.
I'm going to use 332 to actually redo your 332.
That's why I was asking the question of sequence.
So this would be 336.
No, I'm going to use 332 to, so we still have a clean record of of the resolution you prepared. So this was simply going to reference that we're using it. This is going to reference it for you in its.
So yes, it'd be 336.
Yeah. So you'll still have a 332, which talks about it. They're still going to do this one because it contains a lot more information, et cetera. So you'll have a clean one of the 85, 137, 41 being available for this purpose.
So one more question, since we are enjoying discussing this. The 3% COLA, this 3% COLA only applies to the 9 people referenced.
The 3% would apply to the 2 that are not going to be taking the incentive as well. So that's 2 additional people, but because they're leaving in January, it's going to
It's
be
not
de
office-wide,
minimis.
it's just referencing these specific ones.
The non-bogs already received a COLA.
Already
So it's
received
just
their
the
COLA.
bargaining unit.
So this is the remainder of your office staff that have not received that.
That's correct.
For confirmation, I did confirm that 336 is the next resolution number.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Said 336.
Go
right?
ahead.
Yes. The final resolution?
Sorry?
Just wish they're gonna have a special meeting.
So are we ready?
Yes, this is going to create a stink in the courthouse.
Mr. Chairman, I have a resolution to propose.
Want to bring it up before they pass it?
I just want to make sure real quick, if you turn to page 2 of 2, something that language, it looked like it cut off, subject to pay, it should have a line, subject to payroll.
On the
page of the resolution, the second page.
In the last be it further resolved clause.
No, sorry, not this one. That's the one for the employees. It should be on the one, yeah, it's subject to, it just ended, it dropped the 2. That should be subject to taxes, should be added to the last language, just so it's clear that there's other
Just handwrite it in there.
deductions.
payroll taxes.
Yeah,
We'll
just,
do it on the final one. Oh, is this,
if you could just add, subject to payroll taxes and deductions, just to capture.
Can you put that on there and print that one?
Which number is it?
That would be the resolution.
I have it. You can share it.
Message, you can share it.
I'll send it on that same, yep.
okay. Okay, so send it and then type it in. Payroll taxes and reductions.
And then are we going to add this component to it, the language as attached?
Yes, that would be inserted as, I think you're referring to Exhibit B, that was included in the 11-page packet that also includes an Exhibit A, which gives the background resolution for the VIBA change, but also includes the language of the incentive that each of the employees receiving this will have to sign and execute, subject to approval by the board.
But in this resolution here, now therefore be it resolved, it attaches to your salary at 90%.
No, that's the that's
a different one?
That's the different resolution. We're not doing that one.
Okay, we're not doing that one.
This is the one right here.
Yeah, there's
haven't
two
seen it.
resolutions.
Copy back, copy back.
And is it in here about the VIBA being gone away with? Is that mentioned in here?
That is part of the, let's see here.
I want that VIBA in here, that it is being,
It should be addressed in the resolution. I believe it is. And it
It's
will
in the
also
M-
be in
It's
the
in the
MOA.
MOA on page 1 of 2, the medical contributions.
should also
It
be in
is.
the resolution, yeah.
can we put it in the
I think it's in
resolution?
the resolution as well.
It's in both.
It's in both.
It is.
Yep.
Gosh, it was right smack in the middle of the page. It talks about adopting
down.
medical contributions passed in
six?
the
Where is
board's
number 6?
resolution
And the MOA is
2024
referenced as
215. And that is actually included in the Exhibit A materials. So it does incorporate that, Commissioner Jeter.
So it is in here.
And just, I also have one correction to the MOA on wages and retention incentives, where it talks about pro rata portion, where we agree to do a
Strike
more
that.
comprehensive agreement.
Is that the only thing that we're taking out of the MOA?
That's what no, there's something else there's about the lump sum, but the parties further agree that a more comprehensive agreement will be made that determines how the retention incentive repayment will be calculated.
I think
And
that was based
so-
on when it was pro rata.
When it was
Yeah,
pro rata.
so I'm fine with that. I just want the pro rata portion removed from that.
And that,
And that
that's
was
the only thing that we
consistent.
need to
Yep.
remove?
Yep,
Okay. I'll reprint that.
yeah, I got that. I'm good with that. Yep. I just need that pro rata portion removed.
It's just that last sentence that was removed from the MOA. Perfect. Send that to Shirley as well. No, so that was the first thing that we changed. Now we're just subsequently changing the remainder of the documents. Yes, so you should receive the resolution, and then you should receive the MOA with the changes as well. I have a black pen. You have a blue pen? Oh, mine's black. There's blue pens up there. want to do a closed session, but I don't know if we can do it today. Time to do it before our next meeting.
Can't
It'll
find that
probably be
in this resolution.
Which?
The pro rata? What line is it on?
That's not in the resolution. It's in the two attachments that
Exhibits.
are referenced there.
Okay.
And that's what I'm
Yeah,
trying
we
to.
want that out.
I'm trying to clean those up. Yeah,
Please.
I did the same thing. I said, well, I can't find anything, but it was all in the Appendix A and Appendix B, so we fixed those.
having Santa? And I said, he doesn't
have
the right.
Gotta make sure we got our T's crossed and our I's dotted. We're dealing with attorneys
What are
here.
you talking about? No, I'm pretty
Dealing
sure.
with money.
That one movie, that Tim Allen movie. Yeah, he doesn't have a white beard the entire time. He only has a white beard when he's Santa. But he could go sit out there as he's not Santa, but he's still technically Santa. Because you see all my dirty fingerprints on it.
Who am I sending this to print to? You having to go downstairs and print?
No, it doesn't print.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't work that well. Please bear with us. We are working through getting these last couple items done on the agenda.
To like the, I don't know. Well, they fixed it. At one point it did, and then
Is that the
doesn't work.
old?
It looks like
No,
it's sending it,
I
and
have
then
three
it's just
queries.
So Jeff, while we're still working on this, do we have any closed session or
send that to you
executive
right
session
now.
needs today?
We
332
should
is
do
the
a
one that you had
very
originally
brief
done,
executive
right?
session, potential litigation, 5 minutes.
Because
is
I
all
got
need.
I got a 1:30 Board of Health.
Okay.
I already clued into my law library, so they had a quorum. That's what I was doing during the meeting, so they had a quorum.
When does
Okay,
your
well,
Board of
actually,
Health
we can
meeting
wait, we can
1:30.
wait for the executive
when it
session.
starts?
We can
So
wait
January?
until
That's what he said.
January 8th
January
is our next
8th.
meeting.
January 8th. That's fine.
Bless you.
It's regarding something that's not really pertinent until February,
I
so we should
think-
be fine.
I think.
Okay.
like
I
Kenzie
would
said,
prefer to have
send it to you right
a
now.
closed session this afternoon after your Board of Health, if
You want me
that's
to
at all
send,
possible for you. We could do it via Teams over a phone call, so you don't have to come back.
I'm going to be virtual already. I can't get there.
Yes. Okay, yes. I can never remember if you're Jay up here or if you're Jay. Okay.
And thank you, Shirley, for filling in.
Yeah.
You've done a wonderful job.
You picked the most wild meeting
Yeah.
of the year.
I think I'm going to be
At
like
least my period of time.
I'm going to be like Commissioner Mullen on the next one. I'm going to be gone.
On the 25th or the 1st?
Both.
Same here.
Gone the next two. Dude,
Making a list, checking it twice.
So while we're waiting, we do have, we'll track down a time for a closed.
For a closed session.
Closed session for you all to talk about, you can do that electronically, to talk about update on collective bargaining. We don't need to do that, so we'll work on a time for that.
So I've got.
Today.
Yeah.
New group,
Are you available at 4?
from address book,
At
from
4
room
today?
list, from internet, open shared calendar.
No, we'll find another time.
There was a call out for me at 4 o'clock today for something. I got Board of Health at
Room list? Yeah.
I can continue to expedite, Mr. Chair, our administrator's update if you
Oh, yeah.
want real quick.
Yes, we can start on that. That'd be a good call. Commissioner Administrator updates.
Let me find the biggest one.
Mr.
is-
Johnson.
The biggest one is actually a disappointment. Our planning director candidate was offered another position.
I saw that.
So, we are back to some elements of that recruitment. We do have an OPD interim director in place, but we will hopefully finalize, and I think it's waiting for my final approval for the OPD director position description for us to begin the recruitment for that. We've signed the agreement. I think I saw 2 signatures on it to start for Greg Prothman and Associates to.
I dropped it in the
I know
grinder.
I know you were not going to sign it, but yes, we're going to start the recruitment with Prothman. Really excited. They'll start setting up meetings with throughout the courthouse with you all, talking about the position, and so we'll be coordinating much of that with you.
When are they starting that?
I let them know we're not back until the 7th of January.
So it'll be
then we'll-
January.
Yeah, then
Yep.
we'll start meetings then, because I know I'm out the next 2 weeks as well. So.
So they haven't put out any requests for
No.
candidates yet?
No, we needed to get the professional services
Okay.
agreement
Yep,
signed first.
and then, meet with you all to make sure that they'll what they want that to look like. I guess in the interest of time, that's the, kind of the biggies.
Commissioner Baumann?
What's
You
that?
ready? I was moving on to
Okay.
Commissioner Baumann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Had the Ben Franklin Transit Operations Building ribbon cutting this last week, and that's a really amazing facility, and it definitely should be for what it cost our community to put that into place. And it's going to be an amazing environment for the employees of Ben Franklin Transit, and yeah, it's quite the building. Had Benton County Emergency Services Executive Board meeting where it was received that all 5 of the big 5 that run the 800 megahertz system and pay for CCOM forwarded that on and got that project underway. Had somebody that gave my name to a contractor that is interested in putting solar panels in Franklin County, reached out to me and asked for an audience, and so I met with them and just kind of listened to what they have to say. They didn't have a lot of details. They won a contract with Franklin County, man, I'm tongue-tied. Franklin County PUD, they had been retained by them and won a contract, and so they are just starting to learn the area and ask for an audience. So I just listened to what they had to say for a minute. Had a WASAC Zoom meeting, and then just want to say thank you, a heartfelt thank you to everyone that works for and makes Franklin County happen every day. It's to make county government work takes a lot of dedicated individuals, and just want to say thank you. And as we celebrate this Christmas season with our families, we need to all remember and the reason for the season and rejoice in the birth of Jesus. And look forward to the coming year and the possibilities it holds. Merry Christmas to everyone. Best wishes for you and your family for a joyous and prosperous new year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I'll conclude these updates before we continue on. And that Ben Franklin Transit meeting I wasn't able to attend because I had another meeting at 7 o'clock, so I went virtually, but we're having difficulty there. They didn't let me into the meeting, so I just took notes, and then I did some research. And Ben Franklin Transit overall budget, capital budget for this year is $150 million plus. When I came in 2018, it was $62 million. So my question is, going through COVID with a downtake on the ridership, and it's slowly coming back, how does any entity, private would never grow to this magnitude? Only government can. Because a government entity, because it can rely on the fruits of the hard labor of the people of this county and Benton County. And therein lies the injustice. That 0.6% needs to be reduced. We tabled it until the January. In January, I fully expect to readdress that, taking back some of this money for the emergency radios. So I'm asking my fellow board members to join me in this fight for the people's money for the needs that are more concerning than empty buses. Because when I was out there at Columbia Center here the other day, I witnessed 3 buses go by. The most riders they had were 2. And these are big diesel pushers, so it's very disheartening. Their budget keeps going up and up and up. They keep building more apparatuses all over this state, or over this county and Benton County, and yet I don't see the riders. The other thing is the unconstitutional pay, still waiting for a decision on that from our AG, which I don't think we'll ever see. I think as a county we need to pursue that and get a judge's legal opinion on the unconstitutional pay that we're still working out of the weeds on, and that is all of these VEBA and contributions in cash of lieu instead of insurance. That's why we're in this mess, and that's what we're trying to dig our way out of. So we need a ruling on that.
So, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to add a little information to your report on the Ben Franklin Transit. As we were there, I asked the leadership just a few questions, and they've promised to provide some more information. If you take that $150 million that is the capital and operations budget of Ben Franklin Transit, that number divided by the ridership is over $42 per ride. And if you take that, so in the budget that we were presented, collections on fares was 1.799 or $1.8 million. So we collect 50 cents a ticket on average, or 50 cents per ride, and we expend over $42 per ride. And so some people would say that's not fair. So if you take the operations budget, what it takes to operate, not capital, that number is over $24 per ride.
Yes.
And so what I have asked of the staff at Ben Franklin Transit is to provide a comparison of comparable agencies, and then also some information from the private sector, what the private sector expenses are, because as you say, government always grows. And so what would it look like if the private sector had an opportunity? And so have asked them for that, and those numbers, whether it's $24 for operations or you know, it is a complete budget, right?
Yes.
It's operations and capital, and for more than $42 per ride, that's a spectacular number.
Yes,
and,
it is.
So have asked for information on that, and would like to have a better understanding of if those monies can be expended more effectively in our community.
Thank you. And I looked at my fares. I had this down too as a comparison. In 2024, you mentioned they collect $1,799,200 in fares. In 2017, they collected $3,436,285. So their fare revenue has went down by 1/3, and their cost for running this has gone up over double. Questions need to be asked. So that's the end of the presentations, and I'd also like to wish everybody out there a Merry Christmas, as Commissioner Baumann said. Remember the season, the reason for the season, and then a Happy New Year, and make it a safe, Happy New Year. So with that, we'll turn it back to our business at hand here.
So, Mr. Chairman, we have two additional potential resolutions in front of us. The first one would allocate, let me find the number here.
It's right at the right-hand corner in the top.
The first one would allocate the remaining ARPA funding, which is $85,137.41, allocated for a one-time lump sum retention incentive for deputy prosecuting attorneys. And the second one would then describe what that $85,000 is for and how that it is used as a lump sum and a COLA. So, Mr. Chairman, with that lead up, I would move for approval of Resolution 2024-332, approval to award American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds for a one-time lump sum retention incentive to each deputy prosecuting attorney in the Franklin County Prosecuting Attorney's Office.
And just point of clarification, 2024-0332, correct?
I'm sorry, that is correct. I will add that.
I second. There's been a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
No, sir.
I would just add that this is going to create problems within our courthouse, and we better get ready for them. That's all I'm saying. So with that, all in favor say aye.
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 So, Mr. Chairman, next we have before us Resolution 2024-0336. And this is a one-time lump sum retention incentive and a 3% cost of living adjustment, COLA, to each deputy prosecuting attorney. It's a supplement and an addition to the resolution we just passed. And with it, we have added the additional language which would make that lump sum due in full should they leave prior to the 12 months, with the exception of the 3% COLA amortized out over whatever the period of time is. So, Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of 2024-0336 as presented.
I'll second. There's been a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
No, sir.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So with that, we've concluded our business. We can open this up for public comment. Is there anybody in the room for public comment? It don't look like anybody lasted as long as we did.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Is there anybody on the phone? All right. So with that, and there's no further business, I
Just
will.
one moment. Let me.
Is there one more?
Let me just.
We're finished. Everything's done.
That's it.
So with that, if there's no further business or any more business for the good of the county, I will adjourn the meeting. The meeting is adjourned.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Christmas.